I've gone to fire, and
You're him. You're the wow. Okay, this is good. We'll be but as to what was going on, yeah, we just talked about you.
that's what.
Oh, yesterday's session?
Well,
Well, no. Yeah.
So he got his golden. He's finally admitted guilt, and he got his golden ticket, which is a year probation. But he's a drunk, so he's gonna mess that up. So, but yeah, I mean, in January I finally got salvation.
All right. Oh, no, you're good. FYI, the live stream is going, so hello, everyone.
Welcome. Welcome to getting this up.
Good morning and welcome everyone to the documentary division of the NPPA Best of Photojournalism competition. You guys know me, you guys do not, and I'm very eager to meet our students over here. I'm Ray Arzate, I chair the doc division, and I want to hear a little bit about you guys. So, if you guys just want to go down the road, maybe we'll start here. Just tell me your name, what you do, what you're studying, all the good stuff.
Okay, I'm Allison Mon. I'm a second year. I'm majoring in journalism and economics. Today I'm running the Google Sheets and captions, and I work at the Red and Black as the breaking news beat reporter.
Nice.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Primerev. I'm a third-year journalism and a Russian student. I also work at the Red and Black as the senior guides editor, so really fun. And I'm running the system today, so feel free to tell me to go back or forth or do anything with the photos. So.
My name is Nicholas Ladd from Woodstock, Georgia. I'm a senior and photojournalist student, and I'm running a live stream today.
Nice.
I'm Avni Reddy. I'm a junior. I'm a journalism major. I also work at the Red and Black. I do recruitment there, and I'm just here for extra help.
Nice. All right, thanks.
Perfect. I'm Carrie Roper from Las Vegas. I do freelance work and work for the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Been in the industry now almost 15 years, which is fun. Former graduate of UNLV Journalism Department. Shout out to UNLV.
I'm Brian Hallett. I've been a cameraman for 20 plus years. Currently work at Vanderbilt Health making documentary shorts. Love it. You know, I'm from Nashville and I've been shooting a long time.
Leon Clark, Vice President General Manager of the ABC affiliate in San Diego. I work for the UW Scripps Company, and I majored in journalism and public relations. And I'm just really happy when I see this new generation. I've been doing this over 25 years, and we were just talking. I know how important it is and how relevant it is right now to have those of you who still want to be in this business, which is becoming more and more challenging every single day. So I see a lot every day in every aspect, and it just makes me really happy to see the four of you. So thank you.
Again, I'm Ray Arzate. I started off working in news. I've worked in news roughly 20 years. El Paso, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, Atlanta, back to Nashville, and then Las Vegas. All that time as a photojournalist, 3 years in promotions, and then 2 years ago, started my own production company doing commercials, marketing, documentaries, anything else you can think of that has content. So, and I am privileged and honored to have been part of BOP for 4 years, 2 years as a judge, and now 2 years with the doc division that we founded last year. So you all are the second round of judges ever for this division. So
Very cool.
this is an awesome division because it is truly the best of the best of documentary work out there. And it ranges from everything from small TV stations, large market TV stations, newspapers, The Guardian, different sources covering all sorts of things. So our amazing first round judges did a lot of heavy work of narrowing that down to what we have today. So if they did their job right, today's going to be really hard. And I'm sure that they did. So what we're going to do first is doc series. So don't get nervous. It's not like Netflix. We're not going to binge watch a whole bunch of episodes. They're not that long, but we'll start with this category. Let me pull up kind of just like some what I kind of sent before. Let's see here. Again, I just want to remind everyone, keep the standards listed in the rules in mind. You know, this is a best of photojournalism contest, so the visuals and their execution should be weighted the most. That doesn't mean throw story out of the picture. Story, of course, matters. Same goes for the edit and the editing category. We'll get to that later on today. You all are masters of your visual domain, so judge, bless you. You're masters of your visual domain, so judge these pieces against the standards you would set for yourself. Be tough, but please be fair. So yeah, we'll get started first with the doc series, if we can. Do you all want to read the rules for the category? Do you guys have that by chance, or?
Do we? I don't think we do.
I think I can pull it up. All good. Give me a sec. Okay, doc series. Excuse me. A multi-part series with the dramatic impact of an event, individual, or situation of current cultural and/or historical significance, or a creative, in-depth treatment of a topic presented in a factual and informative manner. Can be filmed by one person or more, must have debuted last year. Must contain a minimum of 3 installments with 5 seconds of black between episodes. Please do not enter your entire 10-part series. Select 3 or 4 best episodes. Please select 3 or 4 best episodes from the series. Don't make any post-edits. Each episode must be as it was originally presented. Entry will be weighted for both stellar photography and editing that elevates the presentation without distracting from the story and maximizes each episode. So that is doc series. If we want to start with, do you guys see titles or just the key numbers?
Just the key numbers.
Ends in IQJ, 0259 IQJ.
The first one, yeah.
Oh, yep, that's the one. Oh, before we hit play.
Yes.
So as judges, watching. Well, hit play, that way you can hear it.
I think what really grabs my attention from horror makeup and special effects makeup is just the transformation aspect of it. Having a blank canvas and seeing what best fits them. It's like trying to figure out this like puzzle. You're trying to design on them. It's a whole process. I've done a little bit of everything so far. Music videos, fashion shows, commercial work. I've done film, and I worked at Dark Harbor for about 9 years in total. It would have been 10, but COVID. I had an interest with spooky stuff before Dark Harbor. When I first saw the little monsters, watching it as a kid, it was magical. It was colorful. I was just like, man, that's exactly what I want to do. But of course, my sexuality kind of got in the way because I didn't want, people to find out that I was gay at the time. My mom used to sell Mary Kay when I was younger. My mom would, come back home and she would be like, where's my liner? Where's my top to this? Where's my top to that? And she knew. When I came out, I wanted to be like this head lead hairstylist, doing celebrity hair, and that's what I thought that I was going to do. I had a partner when I went to cosmetology school, and he was absolutely amazing at makeup, and I had asked him if he can teach me, and he said no. Till this day, I don't know why he wouldn't teach me. So I would walk to CVS, Walmart, and I would purchase makeup, sit my ass down, watch the YouTube video, and I would watch it, pause it, try it. Watch it, pause it, try it, over and over and over until I felt comfortable applying it to my services. And they would be like, hey, can I get a trim? I would be like, yeah, girl, for $5 more, I can do your shadow. I did that for about 2 to 3 years until I started to grow some balls and was like, you know what? Let me get out there. So I changed my whole career from like hair to like full-on makeup. When I first started working for MAC Cosmetics, which was back in 2012, that was the year that I started with Dark Harbor. And that's where I want to say my life just changed. It was definitely a challenge for me my first year. I came in not knowing like what airbrush was, what cream colors were, what water activated makeups were. I didn't know anything about nothing. That lit up a fire under my ass. And that was like, all right, Jay, you want to learn? This is your chance to learn. Close. I feel very lucky. At that time, I was lost. I was still trying to find myself. I was still trying to see what I was meant to do, And here I stumbled upon a haunt that had all kinds of artists, and I ended up learning different things from different people. And now I feel like it's time for me to fly and to start, another chapter, which now I want to dive in more into production and get into union one day and do bigger projects and watch, one day watch my work on the big screen. I'm ready to fight the fight. And I'm not gonna give up.
I always view art as sort of an amalgamation of everything that's ever inspired us. Growing up, it was always, Looney Tunes and Cartoon Network and comic books and everything. So I like things that are really colorful and really strange and really, almost animated and exciting. I'm Brian Phillips. I'm an artist and designer behind Swell Guy Customs, and I specialize in custom sneakers. So I originally got into custom sneakers kind of by happenstance. Kind of just fell into my lap. I had always been doing like art my whole life, but just kind of doodling in a notebook. But then in college, I kind of really got into it, and I learned like digital art and Photoshop, and was able to start doing like graphic design stuff. But then one year for Christmas, I was shopping around trying to figure something out for my brother, and I came across this article about how athletes get their custom sneakers or their custom cleats and things like that. And there's these artists all over the world that hand paint it for them. And I just kind of had like this light bulb moment. I'll give them a pair of unique sneakers that nobody else has. And then I spent like the next month making them, and we took photos of them, posted them online, and they got a pretty good response. And that's kind of when I had a moment of like, oh, maybe I have something here. It's a lot of work, you know. You're not just painting on a flat surface. It's a three-dimensional object, and there's layers of material that you're working with, and anything could go wrong at any time. There's a lot of improvising as you're doing it. There's a lot of like changing things as you go. On average, I'd say it probably takes me about a good week to finish a pair of shoes, if that's all I'm working on for that week, and if the design is like pretty straightforward. But the whole process front to back could take over a month, from, you know, brainstorming and figuring out the design. Sometimes I need to see it visually, so I'll put together a mock-up on Photoshop. If I'm painting something very detailed, if I'm doing something really realistic, that's gonna take even more time. I paint all day out of my bedroom, and if I need to do any airbrushing, I go to my bathroom, where I have a little makeshift airbrush station, just fit in like 5 feet of space. It's like an easy way to mix paint, especially if you're doing something like this, and you need like to slowly gradient it to a color. You need to mix this color to the next color. You just put a little bit in, and you just. It's funny how all the times I've been filmed painting shoes, never had anybody in my bathroom painting. This is like the one space where I'm always like, not a lot of people know that I like airbrush out of my bathroom. Over the last 5 years, I'd probably say I've painted, I would say over 100, maybe even more. I've worked with like Republic Records, and I got to work with their artists, their music artists. So being able to just like to do something specifically based on music artist styles and music, that was awesome. I never knew that there was a world of art and a world of fashion and a world of people that like wanted that kind of thing. And I get it, like I totally get it. These are hand-painted, unique things. It's a cool cross between art and fashion. Like you get to take it with you everywhere. Your art gets mileage, and it's kind of cool. It was definitely eye-opening. I was not into the sneaker culture before my brother and before I did those, and now I'm like heavily engulfed in it, for better or for worse. But it's cool. It's a very interesting world.
There's Blackjack. You're a star.
$80 to 90% of donut shops in California are owned by Cambodians. The shops were a way for the first generation of people to find economic security with their families. And so they have a big importance for like across generations. And I wanted to immortalize that through a donut pipe. I'm Vanderlyn Vong. I'm a first-generation Cambodian American. I create ceramic donut pipes. I take a lot of inspiration from Granny's Donuts, which is the shop I grew up around, and I was like, well, I want to make a dozen. Like, I want a baker's dozen. And so, yeah, I've been sticking with it since then and creating new flavors out of the glazes I use. What gets me in the zone while I'm creating is music. I listen to Cambodian rock and other oldies, and that helps me retain the language as I continue to create. Like, I don't have my ancestors, and so keeping that connection with them now is really important to me. And I found that the Cambodian rock really helps me stay in tune. It's kind of like how a DJ needs to stay on beat. I'm collaborating and dancing with the clay on the wheel. I got started in ceramics about a year ago, and the purpose was to start fundraising for the Long Beach Southeast Asian Anti-Deportation Collective. 40% of those proceeds go to the collective. I think since I was young, I've had an interest in politics because as a Cambodian person, I felt like we're just not represented or known. And then after working on some political campaigns, I was aware that ICE was going to ramp up deportations in, I want to say like 2018, and I wanted to find a way to use my art for a good cause. I chose to make it a pipe because of the functionality of it, but also I wanted it to stand in direct contrast to the war on drugs and how we've been criminalized for using marijuana. The characteristics of Cambodian ceramics. There's more of a focus on the form itself as opposed to the glazing, and then connected to that, getting to the form through multiple techniques. So they might create something on the wheel and then detail the surface by hand. And so it's a lot of surface decoration and manipulation of form and combining techniques from the wheel or off the wheel. I feel like I'm kind of swimming like back to my roots or finding them again in terms of the techniques that our ancestors were using. It gives me a glimpse into what our way of life might have been before colonization. It's now become a lifelong journey, and I'm very humbled and grateful to learn from the clay and learn how my ancestors were working with it and imagine what their way of life might have been and how working with clay might have been healing for them. I'm Vanderlyn Vong. I am an artist who works with clay and also an organizer.
All right. We'll start with you, Carrie.
Start with me?
Thoughts?
Just overall thoughts, or?
Overall thoughts. Yep.
I love the concept. I think the fact that they're each so different, and but there's that still through line of artistry and different mediums was wonderful. The pacing for it was different for each episode. I think the fast-paced energy in the beginning of the makeup artist one moved a little too quickly for me, perhaps, but then they did a really lovely job with the music cutaways in this last ceramic shots in the beginning, where it played well with the music. So those are my initial thoughts out of the gate.
I like the music when the diegetic, like the music that she puts in her earbuds and then the music kicks on. That's like a favorite of mine. I really liked how they used Yeah, like this, like you said, they're the same but different, and so each one has to be its own piece. So the donut one, the clay one, like starting off with that, with the drone footage, I thought was a kind of nice way to separate it from the rest, because I feel like if you get lazy, it could all become the same, and they took a lot of effort to make them all different, and I like that.
It's funny you say that because my immediate was the drone footage at the very beginning of the third, because it was so unique from all of the other, and I thought that was really good because it sort of set the tone and the pace for what we were about to see. I also I liked the first one. The artist, working in Dark Harbor, I think it is on Reach. I mean, beyond the story, I just thought that from a visual standpoint, that was probably for me, the most visual of the three, in terms of really giving me a complete story from beginning to end. I really saw a through line there all the way. But to your point also, Carrie, I really loved all three. I really thought that they were different, but at the same time, there was a through line through all of them.
Yeah, I felt like I could watch myself tuning in to want to see more of these profiles.
Exactly.
'Cause,
Yeah.
as a creative, I want to see that. That first one is like, that's a really tough shoot, right?
Yes.
You're shooting something that's like really kind of sensitive. You cannot be in a room for a lot of it, and you did a good job getting the shots.
I made that note as well, that there was one shot.
No description on this one?
No, there is.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Alright. A 100-year-old water truce among 7 states of the Southwest may be moving toward open hostilities as the life-giving but drought-decimated Colorado River is at a tipping point, federal officials say. The Colorado is the most endangered river in America, according to the conservation nonprofit American Rivers. But what happens when the law of the river and the river no longer work together? The special series from the Gazette explores the mega drought currently plaguing the Colorado River, which serves as the primary source of water for roughly 40 million people. In the following episodes, we examine how the drought and aftermath of recent wildfires are affecting farmers and ranchers, tourism, dams, tribal reservations, politics, conservation, and average citizens.
Colorado's largest reservoir isn't held back by a dam. It's the snowpack. And that snowpack occurs in high mountain elevations and across our national forests. And so we view the forests and their health to be of primary importance because it is a very global system, making sure that the forests remain healthy, because we know that over the course of the next several generations, it's going to be a different landscape than it was before the East Troublesome Fire. And that's going to affect all of our water users downstream.
At nearly 190,000 acres, the East Troublesome Fire is the second largest in Colorado history. Its flames now fatal.
A historic amount of fire growth in the state of Colorado. An amazing amount of terrain has been eaten up by this fire. Hundreds of people have been evacuated. We know that homes have been lost around Grand Lake, between Grand Beach and Grand Lake.
Perhaps the hardest hit was here at Willow Creek Reservoir. This is a reservoir that captures water that drains in the Willow Creek River Basin. This is water that will end up in the Colorado Big Thompson project and being delivered to more than 1 million residents of northern Colorado and 615,000 acres of irrigated agriculture. And about 90% of the basin was damaged by the fire. In the days and weeks that followed the entrance of fire into the Grand Lake community, we were able to get more of a, we were able to observe how the fire had affected the surrounding watershed. And we recognized that this would be an issue for us for years to come. Because as the forests were, in many cases, destroyed from the landscape, we recognized that that would alter the quantity and quality of the water that would be going into the Colorado Big Thompson project. And so you can see on the hillside, it's greened up, but you can still see the remnants of the fire because unfortunately, fire does a lot of things. In addition to burning the trees, it also can kill the soil and bake it basically to create an impermeable barrier for water. As the raindrops hit that soil, it dislodges the ash, the sediment, and also a lot of debris. But then you put billions of raindrops together and it causes real problems. So the East Troublesome Fire ended up burning about 193,000 acres. Unfortunately, there are many, many hundreds of thousands of more acres in the watersheds of the rivers that contribute to Colorado's water profile. And so we know that we will be recovering from this fire for generations, but also likely having to deal with future fires as they occur. We recognize that there's going to be many, many challenges on the policy front to make sure that we are being good shepherds of our water, that if we are bringing it to another basin, if we're bringing it across the Colorado Divide, that we are treating it as most efficiently as we can, because it's such a precious resource that we can't let any go to waste.
The Colorado River is out of balance. We are using more water than the river can provide. And that's been the case for at least 20 years. We've seen the supply in the river declining. If you look at the reservoirs, the big ones like Lake Powell and Lake Mead, their reservoir levels have been dropping, exposing this large bathtub ring over the last 20 years. We are using so much water and those reservoirs are at such historic lows that it's now time to take much more dramatic action to remedy the situation and get it back into balance.
This is a very good topographical map of Lake Powell. Of course, it's a lot lower now. We're at 26% capacity, which is really low. You can see the bathtub ring. That's where the water used to be, so that's about 150 foot down. Our spillways are exposed. You can see how far down they are. I worked on the lake as a boat mechanic, boat pilot, and then I started as a utility man here, which was a janitor, and became an operation apprentice. Then I was an operator for a few years, and then I went into a senior operator. The love of the lake kept us here. I mean, this was done in the 60s. It just amazes me. We've decreased generation. We're only down to running around 4 units right now. We used to be at 165 megawatts per unit. Now we're down to about 90. So roughly about 50% of where we used to be. Well, I've seen it at the minimum power pole. This year we went 3 feet below that. But since May, when we were at 3424, we've come up 14 feet. So we're had a decent water year. Could it be better? Yeah. But.
And it comes through here, and it turns that turbine that you seen laying up on the dam, and then it falls straight down into here.
The much bigger impact is, of course, as there's less flow, less water coming down the Colorado, of course, there's less energy being generated. Energy is a fundamental building block for everything we do. If you start down the avenue of making it scarce or expensive, we just simply can't compete in a global market. But you know, as that resources dwindle, you know, so is our access to that.
So you see the orange gates down there? There's 24 of them that go around and open and shut them openings on the runner. The water's going around that runner, making it spin, and it goes up and it connects to the rotor upstairs and starts producing the power.
The water level has drifted down to a point that wasn't really foreseen initially by the designers of the Colorado River Basin. We've had concerns about access to the water. The portion of our tourism related to houseboating, boating in general, has declined.
But on this side, it looks pretty dramatic in this bay area because, you know, the terrain just slopes up. So like 10 feet of level makes it look like a lot. Yeah, visually it looks like it's really empty almost, you know. I mean, we were about to where the beach was at a couple of years ago, and that was my favorite beach to go to. And I grew up here in Page, Arizona, and also on the reservation about 20 miles south of here. Been around Page my whole life, Lake Powell, swimming, you know, fishing here my whole life. Yeah, water levels has come down quite a bit. Again, this year was the lowest it's ever been. But so, you know, of course, you know, there's water here. You know, you definitely can be out. This was all dry at one point, you know, and that was pretty beautiful at some point too, you know. But we have water in it, so that's still a good thing. So,
for those of us that are here, obviously you see we have a front row seat. Many of us live here because of Lake Powell, and so we're highly in tune with what's going on with that lake. I mean, it's a beautiful, magical place. I mean, water in those Red Rock Canyons is incredible. But yeah, compared to, it's just a ghost of what it used to be. The 40 million people that need the water from the Colorado River, everybody's going to have to push some across the table till we get through this drought.
We have no running water, so we had the hot water every day. We used to have a lot of rain when my dad and my mother lived on this earth. Now it's pretty hot, so the sheet loves to drain a lot of water. It takes a lot of water. Maybe 2 days a week, something like that.
You don't see running water that much. It's hard living wise, you know. All environments involved. You know, every person here uses water. Animals use water, plants use water, insects use water. Water is life, everybody's life. See, we just live one day at a time. Yeah.
1922, that was the first time that the management plan for the Colorado River Basin was passed or started In 1924, tribes were first recognized as United States citizens. So we were not included in the original plan when they first talked about the Colorado River Basin. So this Colorado River Basin supplies water to 40 million people, 7 states, 2 countries, and 30 tribes. And for us to come up with this process of equity and trying to give everybody their water right, it's going to be a challenge. And in the lower basin, they've also came up with a plan last year called the 500 plus plan. So tribes have some water that's quantified and they put it toward the reservoir itself to bring it up so it still produces power. They're asking the upper basin tribes to do the same, similar to that, to bring the reservoir of Lake Powell up so that can also keep producing power. But we can't do that and be obligated to do that, even though the federal government's asking us to. We need to first, as sovereign nations, as tribes, to quantify our water rights first. Right now we have water that's owned by the tribes that haven't been quantified. And we've been working with the different states on how to quantify that.
What we see here is 42-inch steel pipe, and it's a portion of what we refer to as the San Juan Lateral. It's a pipeline that's going to run from Waterflow, New Mexico, down through the Navajo Reservation and down to Gallup, the city of Gallup, New Mexico, and also their surrounding Navajo communities. We have a large portion of the Navajo communities that don't have water. They have to haul water to their communities, or they have really a low quality source of groundwater. So this project really is about improving the health and the quality of life for the Navajo communities, as well as you can imagine, you really can't have any commercial, development, any economic development without clean water. So schools, hospitals, just residential development, stores, retail, all of that really needs clean water. You have to have it. So that is really the purpose of this, and it's exciting. So the city of Gallup has seen their levels of water deplete drastically within their aquifer. So there is a real and substantial concern that eventually that water source isn't going to be there. So this is also to supplement their water source and improve their, other people's lives and development, their opportunities. In total on the whole project, the water pipeline is about 300 miles of pipe. This portion on the San Juan Lateral is about 200 miles of pipe. We're expected for a completion around 2029. Yeah, I think we take for granted, most of us, we turn on our sink and we have really clean water. It has chlorine residual in it. It's been treated to remove all sorts of bacteria, right? And the groundwater system just doesn't have that. And just your health in general, really what comes down to really clean water, which is just a basis of life.
So this is the main canal. I was up here last week and there was just a little bit of water in it, and now it's just about, completely dried up. Poor things. Yeah, there's a lot of fish in here. More so than in the past. Yeah, it makes you sad. Yeah, they don't have much of a future. Our farm was purchased by my granddad in 1930, and so we're going on 92 years. Eventually, maybe if we can make it, we'll be a centennial farm. We're excited about that. We typically grow cotton and alfalfa. This year we tried growing some barley. and we have no cotton in the ground because of our drought. We should get 8 to 10 cuttings a year, and that's a 4th cutting. And after the canal has been shut down now, and so we have no more water coming to us. All of our hay was cut last week, and we just don't, know what the future holds for us right now.
We used to have, that was a dairy barn, and our old cattle pens, we had a dairy at another location then later, and we had beef cattle in here. But now we're gonna have a freeway. They're gonna take from that barn, the backside of that barn, all the way across through the farm. Well, things that I see happening, and I think anybody else that's paying attention sees it, is that, the irrigated acreage in Arizona is shrinking.
These growers know that we're growing in the desert. We're in a drought. I think farms use like 80% of the water in Arizona. And with everything expanding, the municipalities, cities getting bigger, more people moving here, it's definitely starting to hit home. It's an issue that I think we need to tackle on all fronts in order to really solve it. But I think starting on a farm where we're using 80% of the water is probably a very important first step. We are standing on Colorado River Indian Tribe ground, the Crit Farms in Parker, Arizona. We're working out here. We've got a USDA grant to convert flood irrigation into an efficient drip irrigation. That this is a system that can work, that can provide the water to grow any crop in the desert, keeping up with the ET demand throughout the season. So we're maintaining it.
We're trying to grow just a very small area of cotton, 16 rows. We just decide, we're calling it optimism. It's our field of optimism. The day that they turned off the canals, I was out driving down and the levels were going down. I burst into tears. It hurts to see your livelihood drying up. And this farm means so much to me. And we just have to be optimistic, thinking this drought, we've got to come out of it.
Yeah, we'll start with you next time.
Okay. And I liked that I saw, and I really loved at least the way that they decided to present to us. Really took us from the macro to the micro, which I think is really important, something like that. So that's from a storytelling standpoint. From a visual standpoint, one of the things that I really liked was for each one, except for this last one, each one of the stories, they always mapped it. They always showed the map. Because I'm always, again, looking for consistency and a thread really working all the way through. There was one that I thought wasn't the best edit, which was the 4th one where the gentleman was talking in his office, and then we went to the guy who was talking about the pipeline. That was very poor. It took me out of the moment, which shouldn't take me out of the moment. And that's it. That's enough.
I want to first say, this is like one person going out and doing all this, and that is a big subject and a lot of footwork to get all those locations and interview all those people. That is something to really be rewarded. That edit stood out to me. I felt like the water pipe came up over his interview, and I was like, I literally wrote that down. I was like, that took me out. That needed to be a moment where we have a nice transition, either a not sound transition or music, but we needed a reason to go to that pipe.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for anything flare, and this very much feels like a Sony camera. And almost like the FX6 I feel like it's like spot on. There was some things like photographically where you can see like the camera tilting, and I'd like to have seen that fixing, especially when someone's talking, because it kind of takes me out of it. Like go in and take a pass to kind of fix her horizon, I think, on some spots, even though they're out in the field, I get that. And then for photographically, like the Monument Valley shots, just the beauty of it was amazing. Put those feet where you can get those shots. I really want to applaud that effort. That's hard. That's hard work to get some of that stuff. What I think could have even more impact is if he did more of a Rec 709 color grade on his images, because I felt like it took away from like the water's like this dark, deep kind of shadow kind of tone with this greens, and the sky's just like this blue, beautiful blue. And I think that could have a really more photographically been more impactful. But it's hard because you see like the image in the Sony and you're like, yeah, I like the way it looks, and then you color grade it and you're like, oh, it's too much contrast. It's a really hard thing to do sometimes.
Yeah.
No, I agree. You both hit a lot of the notes I had. I wrote there was some overexposure on those shots, which is very difficult to do because you're dealing with the sun and where the sun falls. I totally understand. I agree. I think those shots, some of them just kind of took my breath away because they were so stunning. So if that coloring was there a little bit more, it would have been just that next level. I think the tonality, I agree the way the journey went. I think the tonality of the first one, I made a note of that, was perfect. I was looking forward to the third and fourth ones. I found after, I think on the second one, I was looking forward to hearing those micro stories and that impact. The emotion was definitely there for me on both, especially with this last one where she was talking about watching their future dry up. Those moments were beautiful, and I like how they played into them. From a semi-technical standpoint, and this is, again, kind of getting into those little details. For me, the L3s, there wasn't a consistency with the lower thirds, and some of them, they'd wait on like the first two, you'd wait, and I get that if that's like a choice, 100%. But then on the third and fourth one, it'd come up right up the top. And I was like, okay, so you're kind of wanting to know who speaks, and by the second one I said, we're probably gonna wait on those, and that's great, because you wanna be invested in what people are saying. But to have, again, that consistency would have been nice. I love the map graphic. I think that was really well done. I know in some places, the news clips, you are dependent upon what permissions you can get, you are required to transform them, so putting them over a white background was the right choice. I would have loved to have seen them full screen if that was allowed, but if not, I applaud the white screen effort. And then, this is the last thing I had. The audio was a little hard to hear on the third episode.
The
in
gentleman in the
beginning.
beginning.
That took me out of it for a bit. I would have loved to have seen it, I think, closed captioned if we needed to. Just have that running if that audio was hard. There were some spots, and I get you're in these areas with lots of noise. It's very hard. You might bump that up and you get the background noise up. So it was a little harder to hear dependent upon the spots they were at. But the last note I had was that this is a story, for being in Nevada, it impacts Nevada, and we've followed it pretty closely. But I really haven't seen the visuals that they've done, like those within the, when they were touring in the third one with the close-up shots. Like you see a lot of the aerial landscape shots, but not some of the shots that they got this time. So it paints, I think, a different picture for someone who's, aware of this story on that level. It was really, I think, a beautifully told effort, for sure.
Yeah, I felt like you could see, like, the first one, they make it, right? And then by the end, I feel like they really refined the process and really come a long way, honestly. In that process, you can see them improving, because it's hard to tell a story. It's a big story to tell. It's a really difficult story to tell.
There was a lot of speakers throughout that, too, and I think the second episode was my preferred one, even beyond the third and fourth, with the more emotional sound bites, because the sound bites in there, they were impactful to where they were talking about the numbers. They were talking about the bigger impact this would have if it's not fixed. And you're right, the story, I can't even imagine how all the sound they had and how they put this together, because it's a lot of technical stuff to try and make relevant and impactful to you is difficult.
Yeah.
I am going to, read the category one more time, and then we'll let you individually just sit with your notes, kind of rank them, and then we'll have a discussion.
Okay.
A multi-part series with a dramatic impact of an event, individual, or situation of current cultural and or historical significance, or a creative, in-depth treatment of a topic presented in a factual and informative manner. Can be filmed by one person or more, must have debuted during the contest year. The rest is more technical, how many installments, let's make a 10-hour series. Entry will be weighted for both stellar photography and editing that elevates the presentation without distracting from the story and maximizes each episode. So take a couple of moments, thumbs up, 7 up whenever you have your rankings, and then we'll discuss.
Just give me the ranking is
so
for
there
each
is
individual.
So, but since
the
there's only 2
series?
in this category, it's a first or a second.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
okay.
After this category, it's gonna be first, second, third, honorable mention. You don't have to do an honorable mention, but
Okay. I'm trying to work between my brain and my heart here.
Yeah. They're different. They're 2 totally different subjects.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
One like ticks the box in the first one, and then the other ticks the box in the.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're like, it's kind of comparing.
Mm-hmm.
said it wasn't gonna be easy.
And this is 2. Lord, what happens when we get more?
Students, while they're thinking about that, you guys think about questions to ask this captive audience that you have locked in a room all day with. He's a general manager, he's a hiring manager, so, you know, make your pitches.
Spends far too much time in the field with his crew.
No such
That's
thing
a
as far too much
good-
time.
Huh?
That's a good one.
No such thing as far
I
too
know,
much time.
that's what they tell me.
That's where the good stuff happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good too.
All right, fight. Leon, go first.
Like I said, I was working with head and heart, but in the end, my first was the first one I saw, and my second was the tipping point. That's just looking at what the judging and the rules and what they were. You brought up so many good points about the second, in terms that it was just one person doing all of this. I mean, and that's just a Herculean effort, and that kept coming back to me as well, because I know when it's just how much time and energy that you have to put into that. But that being said, when I looked at the totality of what we're supposed to be judging, and that we are looking at it from strongly from a visual standpoint, but in the story, I just thought that the Long Beach Press, those 3, from a visual standpoint, each one stood on their own, but they also told a story, and I felt that they could be standalone. The second one, Tipping Point, had a lot of moments, but just it was a little challenging sometimes. So that's where I'm at. Number 1 is Long Beach Press, and number 2 is Tipping Point.
Carrie.
I'm aligned. I think once you mentioned that, it's one person, and to be a person that's been out that goes out in the field and tries to deal with this and sound, and then you've got a bunch of, it's extremely difficult. I think where the finesse on the end into submitting could have been just going back through it one more time, and just, and I know there is not allowed to be any changes that are made before submission. Has got to do it as it is. But this one's an open-ended story, which gives, I think, the opportunity for this extremely talented individual to continue to follow it and take the feedback. And I'd love to see more on this, but I agree. Number 2 went to Tipping Point for me, the second one, and number 1 went to In the Studio. It was consolidated, nice execution, beautiful visuals. well done on audio, all of it, so.
I'm aligned with them. I felt like the Long Beach series is just well executed. You know, like I said, the visuals are there, the editing was there, the way to use sound and editing was really there. I felt like that was really, really well done with them. And you know, Tipping Point is you know, a good piece. You know, the sound editing wasn't quite there as well. But you know, the images are fantastic, and it's a Herculean effort. That you kind of want to blend it to, and then you know that will have a series that will really kind of be really, really impactful, that has legs. And I hope that maybe Tipping Point can learn that you need to kind of get these details right. I mean, great, it's very thin line for me for these two, but Long Beach is the one that wins me.
It's a tight first and second, but it's still very clear enough. So.
Both should be very proud of what they've done. I mean,
agree.
I don't want to make it sound like one is really head and shoulders above the other. That's a hair difference for me.
Agreed. Yeah.
It's technical, and I think too, there's a lot of work. The last thing I will say on this is there's people that I've worked with X amount of years in this industry that I don't know could execute both of those stories, and everybody tells it differently. If you hand all of us the same story, we're all going to tell it differently. But the fact that they turned the second one in particular, and dug through that story and made what they made of it was outstanding. The first one, just beautiful, smart captures for the content that you're dealing with. Those are really experienced decisions that you have to make that sometimes are tough judgment calls. So.
Yeah, and also shooting in someone's small space is actually really difficult too. I mean, we see the expansiveness of Tipping Point, but shooting in someone's like bathroom as they're, you know, spraying, painting. That's actually really hard to shoot. You know, like it's really hard to get in there, and it's really hard to light. You know,
I really what I like, obviously working with photojournalists and photogs every single day, and editors, etc. What's important for me is really storyboarding and mapping out what it's going to look like, and I could tell in both cases here that they really did storyboard this really well. They really thought about. I mean, I'm also into intentionality, so just really, you know, how intentional were they in each one in these processes along the way? Because once you get started, a lot of times, you can't go back. You don't have the time. Sometimes you have a finite amount of time that, you, especially I'm sure in Tipping Point, only had those moments. So being really intentional and storyboarding in a way, so much of the planning prior to, and I could really tell, or I believe that there was a lot of planning that went into this because it really came across on screen, which is important as well.
We want to lock it in. First place in the studio, second place Tipping Point. Very close one, but both really stellar projects. Long Beach Press, I believe, entered last year as well, and so it was great to see them. The same series, obviously different subjects. It was great to see them enter this again and go back at it. And this year they got first, so it's very exciting.
First one down, no arguments, no bloodshed, we're good, yay!
You all did fantastic in your deliberations and your note keeping. This is great. Keep your notes, because I should have said this at the beginning too. Other than these 4 categories, we're also going to be selecting documentary of the year, and that's just going to be what this room thinks is the best one of all that you're going to be seeing today, out of series, short form, long form. So keep your notes. We are going to go to doc short form next. And we will start with, well, first, does anyone need a break, a quick restroom break, or are we good to just roll into the next one?
How many do we have here?
Well, we're...
We have 14 projects. I think we should, I'd like to take a little break.
Yeah. It's not going to be all at once. This is going to take before lunch and after lunch. We're going to do lunch in 2.5 hours, but yeah, we could take...
graphics.
Yeah. those
Our
are good
choice of
graphics.
bangers.
All right,
Can you
sir.
go back and do that again?
Exactly right.
So-
We're gonna get going because this is where it starts turning into the marathon. So this is doc short form, as you saw. It's 14 entries in this one. So let me start off by reading the category rules. Doc short form. Excuse me. A structured presentation with dramatic impact of an event, individual, or situation of current, cultural, and/or historical significance, or creative, in-depth treatment of a topic presented in a factual and informative manner, can be filmed by one person or more. Must have debuted during the contest year. Higher weight will be given to documentaries with stellar photography and videography that elevates the presentation without distracting from the story. Short form has a runtime of no less than 10 minutes and not to exceed 30. So, brace yourselves. We will start with, ends with 0450 PUV. 0450 PUV. I think that's it, fourth from the bottom.
Right here.
PUV.
Okay, there we go.
Yep, that's the one. Is there a description for this one?
Did you see? I'm not seeing one.
All right.
Mystery.
Mystery box. All right.
Like a surprise.
When he told us what happened, I have never been that empty before in my entire life.
Numb, stunned. I was stunned.
February of 2017.
It's like living a mom's worst nightmare.
Desiree Turner, a young, vibrant, ambitious 14-year-old teenager, is shot and left for dead in this canal in the small northern Utah town of Smithfield.
He said, we're gonna put your daughter on life flight and send her to Primary Children's because she's been shot in the back of the head. No way, did you really say what my ears heard you say?
Disbelief, shock, fear.
Because this was such a shock. These things don't usually happen in Cache Valley.
The outlook from doctors was grim.
People who get gunshot wounds to the head don't live.
But miraculously, Desiree did make it. And not only did she survive, she is thriving in a big way. This is Desiree Turner today.
Thank you.
Now 19 years old.
Good boy.
Now, please give it up for our homecoming queen, Desiree Turner.
She still graduated from high school on time after missing 2 years. Won a state 4-H competition with her dog Snoopy. Manages her own flower garden.
So now we're going to turn the time over to Sister Turner.
And is now serving as a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I would definitely say it's a miracle.
Even she's surprised by her incredible comeback story.
What do you think of being here today, 5 years later?
It's a real shocker if you think about what my injury is and what my life should be. I should be a vegetable. I should not be able to talk. I should not be able to walk.
She is such an amazing young lady. And to see the joy in her eyes as she goes out and serves and does what she does.
Yes.
It's just such a blessing, not only to her, but to those of us around her.
Desiree's words she uttered 5 years ago here at Primary Children's Hospital the day she left have held true. Still with that bullet lodged in her head, she let everyone know.
I told my dad that I am tougher than a bullet. I have a knot in my stomach.
Coming back here to this site still haunts Desiree Turner.
It's hard to come back here, especially on this day.
That's why today she has her older brother by her side.
I want a hug.
This is only the third time she's returned since the unthinkable happened.
Today's February 16th.
We are here exactly 5 years to the day her nightmare began.
5 years ago, I was shot in the head.
Tell me what emotions you're feeling on this 5-year anniversary.
My heart is pounding out of my chest, but yet it's frozen still. It's a hard day for all of us. It affected many, many people.
But still,
Heavenly Father was there.
for Des, there is something to celebrate.
We celebrate life. We celebrate that we made it.
As a school-age kid, this canal was a place of fun and laughter, a place to hang out and enjoy friends. That's exactly what she thought was happening during the late afternoon of February 16th, 2017.
A day I'll never forget.
Desiree says she was with their friend, 16-year-old Coulter Peterson, and his friend, 16-year-old Jason Decker.
We were hanging out, having a good time. I turned to go walk home, and they called me back to find a missing ring.
That used to be the last thing Desiree remembered before waking up in the hospital. But now, after flashbacks and nightmares, Desiree says she's remembering a little bit more.
I remember looking down, and I feel major pain in my head. I remember fighting, trying to crawl, trying to find someone. And I remember how cold it was that night.
What kind of emotions does that bring as you think of that?
Lonely. I'm struggling and fighting by myself.
What Desiree didn't realize is that Coulter Peterson had shot her in the back of the head as she looked for the ring, a disturbing premeditated murder plot the boys had come up with to take Desiree out, with the ridiculous claim her social media messages were annoying them. A single bullet still remains lodged in her head to this day. X-rays show the path the bullet took. Meanwhile, at home,
I remember calling her and saying, "Hey, where are you?" But no answer, no replies.
April Turner, Desiree's mom, was getting very worried. Desiree was supposed to be home by 4:30 and never showed.
Because Desiree was a responsible girl, it did worry me right from the start. Wait, she's not here, and she would be.
Her dad, Matt, was out of town on a business trip.
Every chance I had cell phone service, I'd call April to find out.
Police, family, friends, and neighbors were all called. A missing persons report was filed, and the word went out over social media. As the hours passed, the Turners became more and more fearful.
And I had this feeling like, oh, and it wasn't a good feeling.
It was about 11 o'clock at night when two family friends say they got a very strong impression to do something, anything. Go out and search. Just don't go to sleep.
It was almost like this little angel on my shoulder was saying, shut up, get your stuff, get your gear, go, because you're going to find her.
Christy Barfus and Sue Hintz
Felt this pull and I just couldn't stop.
have known the Turner family for years. In fact, Sue was Desiree's third-grade elementary teacher.
What kind of impressions were you getting to go find her?
I guess religious people would say the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost or something giving you that, like, do this. And so I was like, oh man, okay, we're listening. We are going. We're just going to go.
But it was very clear.
It was extremely clear.
Christy and Sue met up at the canal just before midnight and started walking along with flashlight and lantern in hand, still thinking there was little chance they would find anything. Then suddenly, they saw movement, an arm coming up from the canal.
A little up there, we could see Dez's little hand come up.
They were stunned when they saw it was Desiree.
I was just freaking out a little bit and was going to call you.
This is the actual phone call Christy made to a friend.
I went looking for her and I found her. I mean, she was alive and everything, but she had a gunshot wound in her head.
Desiree had been laying in that freezing cold muddy ditch for 8 hours.
Her body was so cold.
Her body temperature was just 76 degrees.
That could have been her end.
It could have been a memorial place.
Right.
What was your reaction when you saw her?
Relief was my first feeling, I think, and just like happiness that we found her. And
Shock and disbelief at the same time, because it's like you see this arm and you're so instantly it's, holy crap, she's there, but she's alive.
The two immediately called police and then called April.
Around 12:40, Christy had called me and she's like, "We found her." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "We found her." I'm like, "You really did? You found her?" She's like, "Yeah."
Sue then put the phone up to Desiree's ear.
The power of a mother's voice to her child. You know, Des was very slow to respond to me, but as soon as April's voice came through that phone, it was like a breath of life was being breathed into Des from her mom, and so she was able to audibly say a couple more words, but you could tell her whole body went from like just totally hurt and tired and exhausted to, I'm gonna fight.
And fight she did.
She proved them wrong and she proved everybody else wrong when all the odds were against her.
Coming up, the power and strength to not only live, but to carry on.
I have felt Christ carry me through my hard times. He's been there to comfort me.
April 20th, 2017, a day of celebration.
9 weeks ago, we did not know if this was possible.
14-year-old Desiree Turner was finally leaving Primary Children's Hospital after 63 days, 12 of those days in the ICU.
Words cannot express our joy and gratitude to so many on this special day. We know that our prayers and those of many others have been answered.
Only family and close friends truly knew the miracle of this occasion. After getting shot in the head and left fighting for her life in this freezing canal for 8 hours, Desiree had come here with little hope of survival.
I am so thankful to be here today, to be alive.
She couldn't even move, speak, or eat when she arrived at the hospital.
I was there 63 days. I never came home.
Her mother never left her side.
I never imagined that she would be injured, laying helpless, shot in the head, left for dead. She had to relearn everything. She had to learn how to open her eyes. She had to learn how to hold her own head up. She had to learn how to sit. She had to learn how to stand. She had to learn how to walk. She had to learn how to eat.
That is when I really learned how to talk to God. I would be laying there in the hospital bed, not able to move, but I knew that I could talk to God.
And that gave her power to press on when she returned home.
Try to grab it.
Everyday simple tasks
Keep trying.
took days, weeks, months, and even years of practice.
So tell me what this does, Desiree.
So it just moves my arms. I'm working on balance with the tension and
some movements
moving my arm.
may never return.
I have to think about it.
The bullet left Des partially paralyzed and blind on her left side.
I could see before my injury. I am half blind.
Can you see me okay?
I can see you. You're right in my line of vision.
But you can't see
I
over...
can't see anything to the left. My arm and my leg were paralyzed. Well, technically my whole left side. So that included my internal organs too. Hey, Snips, come on.
But still, Des pushed through it all in incredible ways.
Hey, make sure you drop your phones off in the back.
Graduating with her class, even though she missed nearly 2 years of school.
Thank you so much.
We were there in May of 2020 as Des celebrated her high school graduation day, COVID style, with a drive-by party.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
She has fought the hardest battles, and she's a tough kid. You're amazing. You really are.
God gave me this personality of don't quit, never give up, and I can't just stop. That's not me. I can't just stop.
But even today, Desiree still admits the road has not been an easy one. It's been very painful and emotionally difficult to get back to some normalcy.
Some days I am mad and I'm really just angry at the world, but then that doesn't solve any problems.
It was especially painful when Desiree had to come here for the court proceedings. This is where she had to come face to face with the boys who shot her.
What kind of person are you? You shot me in cold blood and then left me to die.
Both boys were sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. For Desiree, the pain to forgive is still a battle today.
Where are you at in that stage?
There's some days when I'm having a good day, I'm like, okay, I can forgive them. And then there's some days that I'm just not having it.
But despite the pain, despite all the headaches and nightmares and flashbacks and the physical disabilities, 19-year-old Desiree Turner continues to set and meet new goals. And for the women who found her lying in that canal,
my heroes, definitely my heroes. I love them so much.
That is a miracle behind all of this.
She just keeps defying the odds, even after surgeries, after everything, she just breaks through those barriers and it's like, I can accomplish this.
That's part of what makes Des so strong is she could have had this happen to her and completely given up and said, you know what, it's not worth it. The pain is just, she has headaches all the time. She could have just given up and said, screw it. These boys stole everything from me. I'm gonna let them. But she didn't.
So now we're going to turn the time over to Sister Turner.
Desiree's latest accomplishments?
Please turn to page 25.
She's now a missionary. Coming up,
I believe that a mission has actually been a miracle for her.
Desiree gets to live her lifelong dream. A small but mighty force gathered inside a chapel in Smithfield.
Thank you everyone for coming to Mission Conference today.
Young men and young women who have been called to the Cache North Mission and set apart as full-time missionaries
So now we're all going to stand and say our missionary purpose.
for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Our purpose is to help others come unto Christ by serving them as the Savior would.
The only difference? They are not proselyting missionaries, but service missionaries.
If you have your handbooks, please turn to page 25.
One of these missionaries, Sister Desiree Turner,
I'll read it and please follow along.
a young woman who is amazed she's still able to live out her childhood dream of being a missionary.
It's a real shocker if you think about what my injury is and what my life should be. I should be a vegetable. I should not be able to talk. I should not be able to walk. I love this place. This is my favorite assignment.
As a church service missionary, Sister Turner lives at home
Slice bread goes on top.
and is able to set her own schedule
Wonderful.
to go out in the community and serve.
Sister, do you want to help me with this?
One of Sister Turner's favorite places, the Cache County Food Pantry, a place that serves about 600 families a month,
So you do a little bit of an inspection?
Uh-huh.
providing them much-needed meals.
I love this place. I guess I just like helping people and knowing that these people are going to eat a meal. 5 across, 4 on top.
She says service calms the mind and helps her to forget her own troubles. It was 5 years ago when Sister Turner was shot in the back of the head. The bullet is still there. She was not expected to survive, but managed to pull through after 63 days in the hospital.
I get inside my head a lot. I should have done this, I should have done that, and you can't go back in time, so there's really no point. But when I'm out here, I lose myself in the work. Mission accomplished.
Double bump with one hand.
Yes.
And when she's not at the food pantry,
Oh, man.
she can be found at the Children's Justice Center, helping with the stuffed animals that are given to kids who have been victims of crime.
Oh, and there's more.
Giving back to an organization that helped her over the years as she recovered and went through her own court proceedings.
Turn to page 13, because that's where we'll be at today. 13.
Another place she loves to serve? At the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Seminary Institute building on the campus of Utah State University.
There we go.
Here, Sister Turner is a peer tutor
You're welcome.
for the Adaptive Needs Seminary class. This
Yes.
semester, they are learning about the Old Testament,
Go to verse 2 this time with your buddies.
and she helps her partner navigate the class.
Do you know what that word is?
The teacher says Sister Turner has been a blessing.
She has a gift because she was able to connect with her so well, and they get along so good.
She's an inspiration to all of us.
President Todd Ballard is Sister Turner's stake president. He's inspired by what she's been able to accomplish.
She has a very passion about herself when she sets her mind to something, and I think she's a little perfectionist, by the way,
I really like service because you get to meet new people and hear their stories, and you realize that there's a lot of people out there who have a lot of hard trials in life.
When we walk the steps that the Savior walked, it helps us become like him and come unto him.
Mission leaders, Elder and Sister Toombs, have actually known the Turner family for years, and they remember that dreadful day in February 2017 very well when Sister Turner was shot. 5 years later,
Scars can heal and reveal.
they never guessed they'd be leading a mission, and Desiree would be one of their missionaries.
It's really quite a treat. And I believe that a mission has actually been a miracle for her. It's given her an extra strength and extra abilities.
She is such an amazing young lady. To see what she has been through and to see the joy in her eyes as she goes out and serves, it's just such a blessing, not only to her, but to those of us around her, to see that you can conquer things in life.
One of Sister Turner's keys to conquering the trials in her life?
We have a
Flowers.
tiny bouquet.
Coming up, how Sister Turner is using flowers to help heal the soul and help to change other people's lives. About 10 miles outside of the town of Logan is a small northern Utah town of Amalga. Population 356. Home to the Turner family, a family of 7, 1 boy and 4 girls, who have suddenly become big fans
Oh, look at this pretty pink flower.
of flowers and plants.
We have an acre field of plants, and so that's a lot of plants.
All because of Desiree, who runs her very own flower nursery set up on the family property and then donates these flowers to others.
I just like to make other people smile, and I know that flowers make me smile, so they can make other people smile.
For Desiree, the flowers and plants all throughout her home represent the beauty of new life, new beginnings, and the power of survival.
And they're growing. Surprisingly, they came up during this mild winter. Flowers can survive so many harsh weather situations. Deadheading is when you sacrifice the old blooms so new blooms can come up. I was a really pretty bloom before, and then I got cut down. But now I'm growing and blooming even brighter than before. I am the gardener over my garden, and I know each and every name of plant that I have growing in my garden, just like the Savior knows each and every name of who we are. I feel the Savior's love, I feel His comfort, and I feel it every day when I'm having the hard times. I know He's there to help me.
The Savior has also brought comfort, smiles, and laughter back to the entire Turner family.
I'm Brandon Turner. I'm 25. I'm Dez's oldest and only brother.
I'm Lizzie Turner. I'm Desiree's older sister. I'm Maddie Turner. I am one of Dez's younger sisters. Casey Turner. I am the youngest sister.
Every one of Desiree's siblings had to go through their own pain and heartache of dealing with what happened to their sister.
I had PTSD. I had to go to counseling for multiple years.
Oh, it's my job as an older brother to take care of her, and I wasn't there, and that really hurt.
We were kind of left, like our parents were always gone and just had to grow up, had to do what I had to do every day.
I get one-handed privileges.
A family once left in ruins and heartbreak, only to now blossom like a rose.
It's 100% brought us closer together, and we are all super, super strong, like mentally, physically, emotionally.
What's the future for Desiree Turner?
There's so many things that I could do. You can't wait to be better, to make your life better. I suffer with emotions, pain every day, but I'm still going out and making my life the fullest as I can. I know that if I were to sit back and wait till the pain goes away, I wouldn't be living a life.
A can-do attitude that has inspired so many others.
She's gone from the girl with a shaved head who couldn't barely open her eyes to where she's now serving a mission. She has her own little organization to give flowers to people. She's just so amazing.
Amazing, and definitely tougher than a bullet.
Story, obviously very emotional. I love that the team has tracked this story throughout. I love seeing the footage coming back to, when her graduation, you can tell that this team has invested a lot into tracking it. There were a couple, again, just looking at the technical stuff, there were a couple shots that were just the little small stuff. There was one shot where they were looking, he was talking to the parents, and you could see his shoulder in at one point, just slightly, and then it went back to it next, and you couldn't. Just a little bit of those technical things, but I think nothing took me out of that story from what I saw. Everything was really smooth, I think well captured.
Leo? Agreed. I started with not just the aerial views, from the very beginning and then throughout, because it gave me a sense of the town. Right away. My sense of the town was very small, very rural, very, from an economic standpoint, etc. So I thought that was good, because from a visual standpoint, that you're looking for that first moment that's going to really sort of like capture you and begin to take you in. So I thought that was really good. I thought the editing overall was good, but I agreed with you. There were a couple of small points and I've written that down as well. Also, again, as Carrie said, because I wrote on here, tracing the, two things. One, tracing the path. I thought that was really very well done, and how they had both of them trace their path back to that canal. The two women walking again, taking this guy Dan to where they were walking and where they found her, but also having her and her brother go back, and do that. And I wrote down here, still shots were a nice touch, because they were over the course of this 5-year period. A lot of times, sometimes a still shot can be just as impactful as having the real footage. And finally, as you just said, right here, I said follow through. It was really, you could tell that there was investment by the station and by this journalist to really follow her journey for the last 5 years. And one of the things that I've learned in the business through research, we have found that viewers want to know, well, I wonder what happened to, because the story doesn't end once the camera goes off. So those are some of the things I thought just really combined from a visual and then from a technical and then an emotional standpoint. Right?
I agree with both of you on that, about how all that footage, all that story, you want to know, you want to see all that. It's hard to manage and because you've been there. We've all been there. Like, hey, I want to do more of the story, and there's other stuff going on, right? So it's hard for the newsroom to commit resources to something that's not news breaking right now, right? I felt like the drone footage like that, you have to get that big view to realize how small that place is, and how this terrible crime, how much it impacted that place. Because it's just when you hear the news and why, you're like, that has to be in these visuals. Like, you have to feel that too. I felt like the editing was a little, like we're trying to squeeze a lot in there, and I wanted to see a little bit more pacing. I like to think of like video, when you're putting a story like this, it's like a piece of music, and you have melodies you play through it, and so you want to make sure you have that melody that matching the emotion, and maybe slowing it down a little bit and then speeding it up. Like, I thought like that whole, she had to learn to do this, she had to learn to do that, she had to do this, which is a nice sped up moment of like showing that probably a very long time for her getting back to any resemblance of normalcy. But that would have been even more impactful if we had slowed down just a little bit beforehand, so you get that trough the way you come up and you come back down really fast. But I thought visually, it's shooting the snow stuff, shooting people walking in the snow is even harder, I feel like. It's, I was wrapped with attention. Well, people put together beats.
I was going to say, the only other thing I thought was really crucial and key, which was great, because I found myself asking, are they going to do this, are they going to do it? And they did it, which was great, was her going to the court. What happened to the 2 boys who did it? Because I've seen stories where that whole segment is taken out, and you're going, okay, but what happened to these idiots who did this? So the fact that they did incorporate that in, I thought was really nice, because it was sort of like the coda on that you could then put that, that they've got 15 years, and then you move on. again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, there was a lot of thoughtfulness, I think, and intentionality that went into a lot of these beats to get us to where we were.
Yeah, the flower stuff is great too, because that's a visual metaphor that we all kind of hope for, right?
Yeah.
And really taking the time to make that special, I thought it's a really nice way to kind of come to a close on that.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next one.
Are we talking too much?
No, this is good.
Too little?
Give
Or
your
too
notes in
little.
20 seconds.
No, this is good. Again, as the day goes on, this is all being live streamed, so it's good for those that are watching that may have entered to hear this feedback. I would like this. I didn't have this whenever I entered the contest, you know, so it would have been great to hear that feedback and understand, like, especially once you start ranking them, and you know, like, okay, this is where we can improve or whatnot, just like you did with the last category, so it's fantastic.
Yeah, and feedback's love. Like, because giving someone a critique is a gift, right? Like, it sucks to receive it, but take yourself out of it and know that it comes from a place of like, hey, we really want to see these creatives get better and make stuff that just makes us feel something amazing.
I will add a note, and I put this in the email, and just if our first round judges, and they did their job incredibly well, this shouldn't be the case. But if, as you're watching, and if there's a piece where you don't have to finish it if you already know that this is like, okay, no, this is not stacking up. Like this, there's already like, you know, 3 things here, and like, you know, it was just so egregious that, you know, you need to call it. You guys come to a consensus, call it. You know, we have so many to go through that may pop up, so let's not spend time on those pieces. But if that's an asterisk with an if, but still have comments, state your reasons why. Again, the feedback for that submitter to know why that was called is going to be the crucial part of that. You know, so definitely, you know, do your due diligence. But if you feel like, okay, I have enough here, keep it moving.
Okay.
But with respect to all the pieces.
Of course.
All right, we will now go to 0279 ATQ.
13 to go. We got this. It's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Surfside: Persistent Trauma and Few Lessons Learned is a short film about the adversity faced by the victims, survivors, and rescue workers of the Champlain Towers South collapse in Surfside, Florida. 98 people died that night in one of the deadliest accidental structure failures ever to occur in the United States. The film introduces viewers to firefighters working on the aftermath of the collapse, family members of victims, and a survivor dealing with survivor's guilt. The film also tells the story of Mario Juarez, a current homeowner of a deteriorated building just blocks from Champlain Towers, who is terrified of facing the same fate. Juarez's fight to get his building to do the necessary repairs shows how few lessons were learned from the nearby deadly collapse.
Lo perdimos todo esa noche. Es bien difícil perder tu padre y que su casa, su hogar, nos mató.
The loss at Champlain Towers was huge for me. This was my safe space. It's totally changed my life. There's no question about it.
Lo que pasó en Surfside ayudó a traer hacia al frente que es necesario, que todos tenemos que preocuparnos sobre nuestra salud mental.
Uno pensaría que su casa es donde uno se debería sentir más seguro. Aquí no es el caso. Hay reparaciones graves que se tienen que hacer en este edificio. Eventualmente es un accidente esperando ocurrir.
Please send fire. Where's your emergency?
Yes, I'm in Champlain Towers. Something's going on here. You got to get us out of here.
You're in your apartment right now?
Yes, but half the building's gone.
Ya cuando eran como las 10 menos cuarto, le di un abrazo a mi mamá. Mi papá estaba sentado en su recliner. Fui de un beso en la cabeza. Y esta mañana, viejo, te quiero. Me fui a la 1:20 de la mañana. Las puertas de cristal de mi apartamento empezaron atrás y para adelante. Y pensamos que era un tornado. Abro la puerta. Miro. El apartamento de mis padres no está ahí.
That night, I hear the loudest thunderclap I ever heard. And about 5 seconds later, the bedroom begins to move. Dust begins to fall from the ceiling. When I run to the front door, I can see that everything had collapsed. I think unconsciously, there's something in the back. When I've heard thunder over here a couple of times, where before it was no big deal, now it's like I'll jump.
Le doy gracias a Dios que se fueron juntos. Fueron felices, siempre. Después del evento del junio 24, ninguno de mis hijos han querido ir ni a la playa. Con un recordatorio y unas memorias muy difíciles.
I can never forget, but I'm trying to forget. I want to go forward. This collapse absolutely put my retirement at risk, 100%. Do I keep paying rent? Do I buy? Do I move to a cheaper area? I had a beautiful 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 20-year home that was with pictures of family. I have lost everything. Now, I go to temple 5 days a week. I totally believe in God. Totally changed my life. There's no question about it.
Soy residente del edificio llamado Harding Hall, que se encuentra a 4 calles de donde colapsó el edificio en Surfside. Somos propietarios desde el 2019 y al poco tiempo nos empezamos a dar cuenta que el edificio está bastante deteriorado. Es un desgaste y es falta de mantenimiento, no de 1 o 2 años, de décadas.
Initially, when I first arrived to Harding Hall, the association brought to my attention a report from an engineering firm that illustrated several structural issues in the property.
El ingeniero detectó básicamente que se cuela el agua como un problema de los más graves, ya que la piscina de este edificio está en el piso de arriba.
Our first order of business was to get a budget in order. When we had the budget meeting, the community was very enraged. They were yelling and screaming that the report that a professional engineer had prepared was incorrect. They demanded that we did not pass the budget with a reserve. It's something that they've always done. They've never had reserves.
La administración anterior le miente a los bancos diciéndoles que sí había reservas para que esos créditos no fueran denegados. Lamentablemente fue gracias a que la asociación anterior le mintió a nuestro banco que nos aprobaron el crédito. Cuando nosotros tocábamos el tema y les decíamos, tenemos que arreglar el edificio porque puede ocurrir un accidente, y la gente se reía, literal, se reía de nosotros. ¿Qué va a pasar? Ahora ya sabemos qué puede pasar.
Nunca se me va a olvidar cómo gritaban los nombres de sus familiares, cómo les decían adiós.
Fotos, ropa, camas, coches, juguetes, peluches. El olor, ¿no?, de la descomposición de un cuerpo humano se va amplificando. El calor, el clima, las moscas.
La cultura de los bomberos es que tenemos que ser fuertes. Siempre somos los que tenemos que lidiar con todos los problemas y no sentir nada. ¿Cómo eso no te va a afectar? Es imposible.
Hablar de sentimientos o enseñar emoción es visto como debilidad y es un tabú. Y ahora el departamento ha tomado un gran paso en darle su merecido lugar, ¿no?, a la salud mental y saber que el estrés postraumático existe.
Es importante procesar nuestras emociones y me alegro que la cultura está cambiando. Yo veo un terapista personalmente y llevo años haciéndolo. Corro, hago pesas, hago ejercicio, muy bueno para lo de afuera, pero ¿y esto qué? Cada uno de nosotros, al final de esta misión, tuvimos que tomar un tiempo y evaluar cómo nos sentíamos. Y muchos todavía estamos evaluando.
Why God spared me, what am I supposed to do? I'm not sure yet, but there's a reason I was spared.
La familia. Y nos estamos dando apoyo uno al otro. Hay paz, pero tristeza. Si yo hubiese tenido alguna idea que había la posibilidad de Champlain Towers South caerse como se cayó, yo hubiese sacado a mis padres, lo hubiese mudado para mi apartamento hasta que hubiesen hecho las reparaciones.
No puede vivir así. No es un tema de que no me gusta el color del edificio. Es un tema de que no quiero que se me caigan las torres de enfriamiento arriba de mi apartamento, ¿verdad? Como si lo de la tragedia no hubiera sucedido, ¿verdad? Como si no se hubieran muerto casi 100 personas allá. La urgencia aquí no existe.
La pérdida de la vida es peor que pérdida de dinero. Las vidas no se reponen. No hay dinero en el mundo que pueda pagar por mis padres. Se puede pagar un edificio, se puede pagar un arreglo. La vida de uno no tiene precio.
Just wow. I mean, the pacing, you feel it, right? You can feel. You don't need to speak Spanish to understand what's going on. You can turn the subtitles off, and you got it. I'm feeling it now. You got to be open to your emotions, right? The students, you have to be open to your emotions to create something emotional, and you have to let yourself feel it. I felt that. I felt like not only did the cinematographer do a great job editing it, the undertones of the water, the drone footage was fantastic. I feel it now. So I can't talk anymore.
Yeah, no, I thought there are just three things I wrote down. One was the opening shot, and then I wrote down right after that the ending shot, because he began with that shot and ended with that shot, and then everything in between. And the other was the editing. I really thought throughout, in terms of pacing, and I knew where edits for it, but I didn't know where edits worked. That makes any sense
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That was really the beauty of it. You knew that they were there, but at the same time, they were so seamless. And so it's really well done. I really just wrote down 3 things for this. So.
Yeah, I was, yeah, it's, you know, there was something too, and it's not to get off topic, but there was something that was posted in the lead up to us being here today talking about representation and why it matters. And I think it matters because of pieces like this. It matters because the stories of oftentimes marginalized communities aren't told, and the way that this was told as well. At first I had written down, I scratched out the CC from a technical standpoint, because oftentimes you'll see it took for another language to do the closed captioning, and they kept it throughout, and it made sense after I stopped, and I went, oh, because this is going to be across languages. You have grandparents that don't speak, and it was really beautifully done. I love the issues and the vantage points that they highlighted, because they took the family, obviously the mental health for the fire department, and the option to continue to follow this story for accountability. I'm going to be really interested to see how hopefully the same team continues to follow and make sure that there is accountability for it. It was stunning.
Yeah, I felt like the images had an emotional weight to them.
Oh,
that
yeah.
you just hope to capture, hope to put in.
Yeah.
And that pacing was like it was like a piece of music, you know. And he did his own music.
Beautiful symphony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the interesting, and I didn't write it down, but I thought it was really interesting visual again was, again, like I said at the beginning with the ocean, and then our next visual was just the building, just literally the concrete of what had been that tower, and to just see so quickly the juxtaposition between what is supposed to be the beauty, you know, of Miami and all of that, and then you could feel immediately your emotions turn from watching that moment of beauty to understanding that now this is where a building where 97 people had passed away. So I just thought that was a really nice moment as well, thought process and the juxtaposition of those two.
Yeah. I'm shocked it was only 10:32. I'm looking at the end time now as it's up, and the fact that they told that story in under 15 minutes and to get the emotion that they did is wow.
It's tough.
Yeah.
I really like the diversity. I mean, like we talk about like representation, but like it's through our diversity of voice that we make ourselves better storytellers and better culture, right? And you know, like I feel like Univision could tell this story the way they did. It might have been harder for someone else to do it. And I feel like it just was hitting everything. Every engine was hitting there perfectly.
The family at the center of it. That oh my God. Heavy.
Yeah. Again, I'll reiterate yesterday kind of what I said during the workshop was it's quality over quantity. Yeah. Looking at lengths, you know, you can do it impactful, and this is just for anyone out there that's making pieces. Is you can do it. Don't worry about the length. Just tell your story, and whatever it ends up at, that's what it is. And then someone yesterday, he was talking about his still photography, and he says his photography, he likes to capture it at the intersection of beauty and tragedy. And that whenever you were talking about that, it's right there.
Yeah.
It's like that's that intersection. So, all right, we're on to the next one. These are only gonna get harder. 0207 XSQ.
No description. Okay.
Okay. The title of this one is just Us Mothers Fighting Against Gun Violence.
For the second year in a row, the city of Columbus is on pace to break its annual homicide record.
Murders were up in the biggest increase since the Bureau started keeping those records in 1960.
I don't think nobody deserves what they did to my child.
Stop the killings, Lord. Touch these mothers and brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews and children, everybody that's losing their kids.
This is the year that we say no more. Enough is enough.
Everything was going good, and they started growing up. I think I just had a panic attack when Jaleel got ready to turn 16. I just wanted to shove him back in the box and say, no, you can't grow up.
Well, this is all we can do. We love you, baby.
He called me on the phone. I said, Ron, can I come and stay with you for a couple weeks? Bring my stuff over there. He said, I'm not going to be there long. I just need to come there for a little while. And I said, okay, well, I'm getting ready to leave. I'm not going to be here tonight. I hid the keys, and I was waiting for him to call me back. He never called me back. The next phone call I got was a neighbor called me and said, Miss Tracy, you got to get here. And I said, get here for what? She said, you got to get here. And I said, get here for what? She said, I think Jaleel been shot. And I was like, Jaleel been shot? What are you talking about? She said, Mom, get here. I got here. I couldn't see him. I thought he got shot in the leg or arm. Oh my God. I like his smile. He had the big cheeks, full lips, long eyelashes, big eyes. He was on his way to get his life together. He's everywhere in my house. This is the cemetery. I'm hurting, so it's hard for me to really care about anything right now. I'd rather just drink and pass out and go to sleep. If I could sleep all day, every day, I would. Sometimes you feel like you're the only one dealing with stuff. But I've seen so many mothers lose children that didn't deserve it.
Sister Soldiers, this is Melissa Thomas St. Clair, founder of Mothers of Murdered Columbus Children. We are mounting up to support the families who have been affected by the violence in the city of Columbus.
Do you understand that we are here in the community to cover you? We are here. Prayer, positivity, peace, and protection. The orange berets is our signature. So when you see these, you see a mother who has lost a child. Because I'm gonna tell you something about this violence that thinks that it has its ugly claws in our city. Hate is driven out by love. Darkness is driven out by light. This is the year that we say no more. Enough is enough. My son was murdered on April 29, 2013. So my agenda as the founder and as a mother who has actually gone through it is to really be heartfelt behind it. There's an invisible umbilical cord that connects you and your child for all of your life. That umbilical cord isn't cut until the death date of a child.
Dear Lord, I come to you and I ask you to watch over us, all of us, Lord. Stop the killings, Lord. Touch these mothers and brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews and children, everybody that's losing their kids, Lord. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Long live Lil. Let him grow. Let it go, y'all. Happy birthday, Lil.
He left me a blessing, a grandson. We're gonna have the baby shower on his birthday.
I know this is what he wanted so bad. And I just hate he didn't get to see.
It's only take. Love is a wave. It's continuous, you know? You'll be fine.
All y'all can do is look. You can't touch. You can't touch this. Did y'all see this? Oh. Yeah, that's cute. Jared, little Lil gonna outdo you with the sweater. Ah, yes. You happy, baby? What you smiling about? You just put 20 more years on my life. You know that? We got stuff to do.
Well, community leaders and mothers of murdered Columbus children are partnering up this afternoon. They're hoping to curb gun violence in the city.
We had this huge event, and Tracy was there in a healthy mindset, really ready to pick up these pieces of her first son. She loses her second son the day after that march.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yeah, a bunch of people over here shooting right now over here by Whittier.
How many gunshots have you heard?
About like 6 shots right now.
My baby. That's my world. That's all I had. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be strong. It's not gonna help for me to scream, stump, shout. I tried all that. I tried drinking. I tried to numb myself. All these babies was getting killed. Now just Lord, not mine. Lord, not mine. And it just takes a lot of stress off me. I know where they are now. I know they're okay.
The city and the violence may have taken our babies, but when we lock this into the city that took them, that proves that their souls are locked into the city forever.
This is for my babies. Gone but never forgotten. I'm never gonna let y'all go. Out my heart, out my soul.
We got you, Tracy.
We got you, Tracy. Take.
It doesn't have to be a fight that's filled with grief, sorrow, hurt, and pain. We can transition all of that and still honor our children. If we're not healthy mind, body, and soul, we can't truthfully fight for anybody else.
I got you.
I got your back, my sister.
Me being here with these mothers and seeing their faces and hearing their tears and everything, you know, we just one big group trying to pull each other, you know, out the water, because it felt like you're drowning.
This evening represents us honoring our loved ones. The white represents our angels. The gold represents them wanting us to live our lives like it's golden. Remember how much it felt good to feel relief from the grief.
I love y'all. Thank y'all. And I feel so pretty.
To see Tracy be able to even breathe and have laughter and jokes and joy is a miracle.
I
had to take a moment to shut down for my babies. But I'm strong. I don't let you pull me down like that. When you pull me down, I get back up fighting. We're sisters. And I hope this lasts a long time.
Again, emotional. I can't imagine. I didn't see that. I think the way that they set up the story, I didn't quite see that she, after the second march, or after the march, lost her second son. That was devastating as a mother. That's with 2 boys. That's all I can think of those. I think from a technical standpoint, the use of stills I really loved. In that those first opening moments, I think were just beautiful. Drove home the point of her first son. I think to capture intimate moments of grief and progress, where she was in the beginning, kind of in the bed, and that was beautifully done, and it was again respectful, because obviously she was processing that. For me, the pacing in the beginning, I think I don't want to say that we rushed into the story of her first son, because again, the stills and those moments were beautiful. It did feel a little bit quicker, and then there was a point to where it turned, and you were able to kind of let it soak in a little bit more of the storyline. I don't remember exactly where that point was. I just remember feeling like it was a little bit of a breath of fresh air. I know the focus was on a couple things. It was on her and her story and the organization. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more maybe of the organization standpoint, and that could just be preferential. You saw how it impacted her personally, but as a whole, those were just kind of some of my notes, but beautifully done.
Leon?
Yeah, no, I agree with the use of stills. I'm going to sort of slightly disagree and say
Please.
No, I do think it was rushed a little bit.
Yeah.
In the beginning, because I would like to have had a couple more beats. I'm all about those beats as well. But one of the things that I found very compelling at the beginning was when they spoke of his death, and purely from a visual standpoint, just having that basketball by itself right there in the street, I thought was that just can evoke so many emotions. And really, I mean, you can take it down a different path if you want, being African American and basketball and sports, I mean, all of that. So I thought that was a really powerful punch to the gut, but I do agree. I felt that we rushed it a little bit. And then I didn't know at the time, but it became clear then, which then gave that emotional half there as well. The young man who was standing with her at the time when they did the Christmas decoration and the whole thing, and then one other was her other son. We didn't, if there would have been some way to let us know who he was, because I think that then would have given even more emotional heft when the day after the march we find out that he died. Because the only way that I knew that then was the photo of the two of them, that they had that still shot there. I thought overall really well done, but there were some moments that could have been cleaned up a little bit more. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think the use of photos is something you have to, you have to do a lot with that, because of the nature of the story, the subject matter. And I think they did that really well. I feel the same. I felt like the beginning was rushed. There was a moment where they're like halfway through, I thought they got their pacing down, where you have this heavy emotional moment, and then you give the audience a minute for something else to kind of breathe. And that's needed, right? You need to have that moment to breathe and to feel, because everything's not right on at the same time, I felt like it's such a pro photographer moment to, like, at the beginning when they wrap the light pole and then just hang. And, like, I mean, my friend Nathan said for every 10 feet you give someone, you get 10 times more truth from them. And just back up and get that shot of them crying in the car. It's just, to me, it was like, that's pro level. That's someone who stuck to the scene and just didn't wait it out, but knew it was going to come. Knew that you can get something special. And that kind of comes to like showing up early and staying late to something. When it came to like the visuals, I feel like I've shot like 100 visuals for this thing, and it's just like that hit me, that triggered me a little bit because I've done so much. This got to stop, right? But you know, I really like to see a good wide shot and stuff. I really want to see all the people there, and I feel like wide shots are hard with that stuff. And I felt like I had roads. I wanted to see that wide shot. I wanted to see that a little bit better, not just establishing, but like something that's got texture and layers. And it was hard. Maybe I'm asking too much there. I don't know. But you know, once they got the pacing down, like I actually missed that was until you said something. I did not know that was the same person. Yeah. I felt like that could have been a little stronger.
Yeah.
But photographically, you know, that professionalism of just backing up or letting someone feel, to be in the room when someone's crying, that's really awkward, right? Like that's really tough to do. You want to kind of like, I think our nature is to kind of like run, right?
Stay on it. That's when that's the important part. That's when you have to stay on it.
Yeah.
To just follow it through, because you know there's something there.
Yeah.
You know there is going to be something there.
In the bond, to let someone feel that, and they give you that permission to be there. That takes work. That takes real work.
And maybe this is so. I don't mean this to be really petty, because I just wish when they were having their celebration in all white, I just wish it would have been lit better.
I thought the same.
Because it seems like it was literally just lit with whatever the candles were there and the whole thing, and if they just could have brought that up a little bit more, because I mean the moment that they were trying to capture was this moment of joyfulness and renewal and the ability to move on. And I just think that from a visual standpoint, you need to have that lit better to really coincide with what the theme of what they're trying to do. And I thought that was a missed moment through all of it, because there's so much that was really good stuff, but it just could have been lit better.
Yeah.
How you guys doing over here?
I hear sniffles too, so I
Yeah.
don't get I'm the only one.
Yeah, it's like so many. How many visuals can we go to? It's just like, my goodness.
Yeah. I try to stay neutral over here, but I will add to this is what I love about this contest, and especially this exhibition, is just the importance of the craft, you know, despite who's producing it, just to tell these different stories. And what you said earlier about diversity too, you know, it's important, and just the different struggles that everybody goes through and their different things, and to see organizations capturing that is amazing. And so I'm also very proud that the first round judges made it this difficult, because we're only 3 innings. You're already like, how am I going to tell some of these no?
I know, right?
Well, it's different communities. You bring up a great point, because in the first one we met this small, more rural community. Then we went to the beaches in Florida, and now we're in this town with these mothers who are impacted, and that's the violence is just at a different level. So it's like we're getting a tour of the world, really, through the eyes of these storytellers, and it's phenomenal.
And I mean, I was emotional for that one, because we know the tragedy that struck our industry. Just recently too. So I don't want to get political, but it's a problem that we need a resolution, and it just seems like there's no end in sight, and so that's, I think, adds to the grief and the frustration. So
I think it's not political, but I think maybe that's why maybe that's why I was hoping for a little bit more on that organization standpoint, a little bit more on like they had a really strong bond, but I don't know, it's like, okay, how do we help, or is there, I don't know, just something along those lines, so that they can be connected to other resources within the country.
Yeah. We're going to revisit this subject again in this category. So I don't think that's what's next, but we will go with 0626 6HA.
This one does have a description.
Yay.
Poet and activist Hannah Drake uses her writing to explore the history of racism in her hometown, Louisville, Kentucky, an American city that remains highly segregated. Following the wrongful police killing of Breonna Taylor, a young black woman living in Louisville, Hannah reflects on what freedom and equality look like for black Americans today. She vows to keep using her art as activism to ensure the history of slavery and its impact on society is always known.
When I was 3, my mom taught me how to read. I could immediately pick up on words. In my head, I can see exactly where the words should go. It's like rearranging a puzzle. I just can see the whole picture, but I just see it with words. I never wrote poetry like love poems or about nature, always about race for some reason. It was always about this struggle of being black, and it was about wanting freedom. The bulk of my work was just looking at the world around me and saying, I have something to say about this. The Ohio River is a dividing line between Indiana and Kentucky. So Indiana was a free state, Kentucky was a slave state. Louisville is a very divided city. It has a lot of challenges, yeah. And most of them, to me, are centered around racism. When people are done being racist, I'll never talk about racism again. Until that, we're gonna talk about it every day, period.
I'm witnessing the mastermind at work. Gotcha.
Hannah Drake. Thank you, Hannah.
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union. But as I look around this nation, I have to ask myself, what are we doing? How many more times must I continue to sing the same song? Somebody tell me, how is it that we continue to get this wrong? How is it that after 400 years, we are still trying to whitewash history? How is it? Hi, Mr. Hamilton. How are you?
I'm good. How about you, sweetheart?
I am well. I was speaking at U of L, so I'm sorry I'm late. My shoes off?
Yeah, take your shoes.
Okay.
Let's see. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put some warm water. Jam. Ready?
I'm ready.
My mom, when she was a little girl, she used to pick cotton in Tennessee. So I asked, what was your grandmother's name? She said, I don't know her name. That's like the end of me tracing my family anywhere. Kentucky lynched 169 people that they know of. 8 of them are listed as unknown. And for some reason, that word stayed with me, which is why I think my life's work in discovering these names are important to me. I think it was a path I was always on. The Unknown Project is on the Ohio River, and it's on a platform. And in this platform are footprints. And I wanted people to be able to sit and just look across the Ohio River and see how close freedom really was. So on the backs of these benches are the names of people that were enslaved. We want to mark where we believe, or history believes, the narrowest part of the river that enslaved people would have crossed. For Black people in America, it always seems like it's just right there in front of you. And if I can just get to this thing, then I will be free. There is nowhere you can go that slavery has not touched in America. It's the story of America. It built America. Black people in America want to be free. Yeah. We're not free when you can come in my home and kill me. That's not freedom.
Overnight, cries of justice for Breonna Taylor only growing louder. These intense scenes unfolding across the country just days after a grand jury ruled not to charge the Louisville police officers involved in her death.
Every day was like a war zone. You could not have kept me from downtown. Not when a Black 26-year-old woman is murdered in her home by the police. I have to use what I know to do, which was to speak and to use my voice and to use poetry.
It's why I'm in these spaces. It is for everyone that came before me, that sipped water at the colored-only fountain, that marched into integrated schools and knew they would be just one of nine. It is for my mother, that stood in the space of a cotton field picking cotton for 80 cents a day. It is for everyone that will come after me, for them to know that they have a right to be in these spaces, to have a seat at the table, in these spaces to have a voice, in these spaces to have influence, in these spaces. You see, that is why I stand in these spaces even when it makes me uncomfortable. And now some of you sit looking at me, and now you feel uncomfortable. But today you have heard me.
And then remember the second night of the protest when we went out?
We went out the third night.
No, we went out the second night.
Lord Jesus, it all seems like it's not real. Here we are. That's May 29th.
Look, black t-shirt.
Black t-shirt, justice for Breonna. We was ready, wasn't we? And this is when all hell broke loose.
Oh yeah.
This is right before we got tear gas.
I was in the grass.
This armored truck, and we were telling these people, get up, don't sit in front of this truck, and it looks like you have on a no.
This was when we thought we were gonna reconcile things 2 days after being tear gas.
Lord, keep me near the cross.
That was such a crazy time.
The cross. It doesn't seem real. It doesn't.
And I wish it wasn't.
Yeah. And it keeps on, Trayvon, I wish it wasn't either, I do. Oh, my friend did this video. This is Formation.
Confirmation and the very reason we're celebrating. This is the manifestation of a bloodline that birthed the nation. We ain't offspring with the foundation of creation. When you sip from Mother Earth, you're drinking our libation. This is lyrical liberation. You want to be mad at something? Be mad at the blood on the hands of this nation.
That's crazy.
Oh, look at him.
Pick him up, Bree.
I knew that it was you. Hi, babe. Oh, thank you.
My daughter is named Breonna, and she's 26 years old. Same age as Breonna Taylor when she was killed. I don't want that to happen to my daughter, and I don't want my daughter to live in a space where at times you can just feel the racism. I want my daughter to have an opportunity to live free. That's why I do many of the things that I do. But yeah, they want the same footprints to come out of the water.
Do you kind of know, I can envision
8 to 10 feet. I mean,
Mhm.
you know, 2, 4,
Right,
6,
right,
8,
right.
10, 12,
Mhm.
whatever. How long it takes to get to a certain point. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to revisit the foundry on that issue.
Okay. Thank you.
Just kind of, wiggle it around like you're trying to get it loosened up, see? And then try to just lift your foot up and pull it. Yeah, there. Oh, that's it. Go ahead. Easy now. You want it'll split, but that's okay because it's thin right in there anyway. Okay, that doesn't matter. So now just try to lift your foot out and wiggle your toes. Keep wiggling your toes and look at that. Oh shit. Perfect. Perfect.
I can see my toes.
Look at your skin. You see that?
Yes.
So, next step is just to pour some plaster into that and get a reproduction of it. And then voila, that's it.
That is something else.
Here, it takes time.
I got time. Whenever you call me, I'm going to run over and get it. I love you.
Love you too, baby. Take care. Be blessed.
You too. No one knew Breonna Taylor. And then, like I said, the camera shifted to Louisville and everyone wanted to, who was that girl? She had a name. What was her name? Her name was just Barry. Same thing with the Unknown Project. These people are no longer unknown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sets of feet to go from here to that edge. Yeah, I think. Let me do it again. That's perfect. These are my daughter's footprints. She's the unknown. These are my daughters. Yeah. Am I your descendant? I stare at my face and wonder if I look like you. When I quiet myself, I can hear you. Your voice carries on the wind. It sounds like echoes floating in the distant breeze. I try to put faces to shadows. I search for you in cotton fields and scattered bones, unmarked graves and watery tombs that attempt to erase you from history, but you were here. You existed. I found your name. It was almost hidden, but in finding you, I found me.
I thought it was good overall. I mean, it wasn't the most compelling, quite honestly, for me, of the 4 that I've seen so far. I thought and I know you didn't ask, I just sort of chimed in. I realized normally he says, okay, you know.
It's all good. I was waiting for everyone to write, and Leon's like, you know what, I'm
just gonna speak.
No, go ahead.
I guess what I did like about it, and from a visual but also storytelling standpoint, was from the very first frame you knew who the person was. I mean, when they at the very beginning when they had her writing and she was here and just continued to write, and the camera just really stayed on that photograph for had to be, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, which is a long time during that time, but it didn't really take away from that, which I thought was important because it sort of sets up who she is as we begin to move forward with her. So that I like. One of the other things I just purely from again, I guess a visual and kind of an interesting one, when she's on the porch with her daughter and they're talking, but then she's looking at the video that her friend sent her, the Freedom video, and she's looking at it, we begin to hear it, and then it just moves to the actual protest where she was giving that. I really liked that transition. I thought that was really good. That was very thoughtful in that moment. And then just purely from another standpoint, from a visual standpoint, there was this one moment that I thought was probably one of the most beautifully shot, and this was when we saw her, but sun sort of coming through, and I don't know if you remember that. I just thought that to me that was just a really a picture perfect kind of a moment. But I love the work that she's doing. But again, I don't know if I was invested in the first three that we've seen. I don't know if how invested I was in this particular telling. So maybe it just there's some moments that could have been added to really have taken me more into the story.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was, the pacing was very nice, especially in the beginning. Like we talked a little bit about the other three and just, some pacing, and especially in the last one. This one was really nice in the beginning because of those moments where you sit. And usually we know 3 seconds can sometimes feel like, oh my gosh, we just sat on that. So to sit on some of those shots for longer, there's a value in that. The lighting was beautiful. There's that flare shot at one point, and there was a slight blurred focus that came in, and they fixed it very quickly. I noticed it for maybe a half a second to a second, but it didn't take anything away. The only question I had, and maybe this was something contextually I missed, she had mentioned something at the end, towards the end, where she said, Brianna's name was buried and unknown or something like that. And I was a little bit lost with that. Again, it was probably just something I missed within the storytelling and that tied together. But yeah, I agree. I think it was a nice spotlight piece.
Yeah.
I really like that flare. I'm a sucker for good flare.
I love flare.
And it's hard because like some cameras, the autofocus won't work well in flare, even though it's like a good contrast. It just completely gets lost and you take over. And I always feel like that's a good subjective moment you make when you have someone. It's like you're getting that thought process in their head, and I really love seeing that. I mean, I'm an art school kid. I really loved watching an artist create art with power. And so I felt like I have a note here that I really got the subject's energy at the end. At the beginning, it started off really good, but I feel like it got, I feel like they could have kind of figured that. I wanted her energy at the beginning so I could ride that with her a little bit better. And like I liked the writing, but I also want to bounce out for just a second. I just want that bounce out. That's just me personally. I'm not saying they should or not. That's just me. I felt like I had to, a couple times I have focus, and that's like whenever I see someone lose focus for a minute, I'm always like, that's like the thing that comes in my head when I'm shooting. I'm like focus, it's basketball. In a couple moments, and I don't know if it was the producer who's also a shooter lost focus, or if it was like footage that someone else added to during someone's speeches. So it's just one of those things that's tough when something's happening in the moment. I mean, I thought it's just kind of cool. Like the sculptor studio, of course, so much texture there, and so much. I felt like that introduction could have been a little smoother, because she walks in and the camera goes in with them.
Yes.
And that's like, my instinct would be like to stay out and let the door close, so then you can make a smoother intro. Because they're gonna stop and wait for you anyways. Like, I felt like that was needed. That was kind of like a rough section for me. Not, I don't want to say rough, but like not as polished. But otherwise, I felt like a really strong piece to follow someone that long. There's a lot of times when I go that.
Right, we'll move right into the next one. We're going to do 2 more before lunch. If we time this out correctly, I'll have us at lunch maybe by like 12:05. Trying to be like steering the ship here. We will go right into 0031 BHB.
Goodness. The Patterson Healing Collective has been working to reduce shootings in Patterson, New Jersey. This is the story of the work they do and the lives they touch.
Or does it not say anything around?
It does not say.
Paris, take another balloon for your father. Who else, Dominique? Anybody have anything to say? Okay, I'm becoming from John 16:22 verse. there for you to have breathed now, but I will see you again, Mo, and my heart will rejoice, and no one will take your joy away from you.
In this city where it's only 8 square miles, we have state police, we have local police, we have sheriff department, we have parole, we have probation, we have DEA, FBI, ATF. That's an oversaturation of law enforcement. If you can't catch what's happening in a community that's that small, don't you think it's time to do something different? When somebody's shot, the hospital calls us. We have a team that's dispatched, and then we basically try to take that young person out of crisis. And that's by making sure we communicate with the family, if they're outside in the waiting room, making sure that they're getting their medical needs met in the hospital, and being their advocate. We're having conversations with people that are in the most traumatic experiences of their lives, fighting between life or death, and trying to talk them out of retaliating.
I got shot right here where I'm standing there right now. And I was coming out of the store. I just was at work. I was going to the store and I was just talking to my friends, and that happened. Not much I could say. Wrong place, wrong time. I thought I was in trouble. And then they like, no, we here to help you. As soon as you leave from the hospital, contact us. And we gonna go from there. And it was that. They didn't lie, it was that. And everything that they said, they stood on it. And I appreciate it. And we need to do more like that for our city, and it'll be much better. If they didn't do that, I'd have came back and was on some get back or revenge. But they made me look at it better, like, nah, this is a lesson that I gotta do better. It's a wake-up call, guaranteed.
We went to the room. They were still trying to clean him up a little bit. He was there with his mom. They didn't speak much English, so it was kind of like a language barrier there. The main thing we're trying to accomplish is just touch base with the family, make contact with the family and the victim if possible. Sometimes they're in surgery. Like one of the victims tonight is in surgery, so we didn't get a chance to speak to him.
Today was a kind of a struggle, and this is why we need more funding to be able to hire bilingual people too. He was in excruciating pain, so that's why it's difficult to come right when it happens, because we don't know the pain level they're in. So at that time when he was in that kind of pain, me and Quan just said, you know what, we'll come back. So like Monday we'll touch base with the family again. So, whenever we come to this, it's a hit or miss, Sometimes we might know them, but most of the times we usually know the victim. Most of the time we know the victim, so it's easy. So they'll just talk to us. But when we don't know them, then it becomes a little bit more, there's some barriers that we have to, because, they're distrusting, right? They're seeing these people come in, they don't know if we're police, they don't know what we are, right? Mm-hmm. So oftentimes, we have to first win their trust. And right now when they're in pain like that, we can't really get through to them. Yeah, so we just like, here's the brochure. When you're ready, we'll come back and we'll contact you when you're not in this kind of pain.
This is Teddy Martinez calling from the Patterson Healing Collective. I was just calling to follow up with you and see how you was doing. The shooters are getting younger and younger and younger. The victims are getting younger. So Patterson is just a city that's just exploding, you know what I'm saying? And that's why we're here to try to get ahead of the curve.
Ground floor, going up.
I don't care who you are as a gunshot victim. When you land there, you know what I'm saying, you're scared. You want somebody to intervene. You want to know that you're going to be okay. I got shot a total of 13 times. When I go to these situations, it's almost like I relive that moment these kids in the city of Patterson that's going through this violence over and over and over, and the traumas that they're facing. Imagine what they're going through with no help. I was that kid with no help.
Most of our staff is from this community or communities like it. Some of them are also gun violence victims themselves. We rely on that community piece where public safety should be led by the community and those impacted by this violence the most.
I've been shot on 3 different occasions.
It's my neighborhood. I grew up around here. Got a big influence in this neighborhood right here. I just was walking around one day, right? Seen like 2 little kids. I said, why y'all just walking around? Like, go play some basketball. He said, I ain't trying to get shot. These kids 11, 12, 13. He said he ain't trying to get shot just by going to play basketball. I was fighting a case, had a lot of time over my head. I beat the case. Second chance at life, I knew I had to make a change. Like, I couldn't really make the same mistake. So I'm like, I need to provide for these kids what I didn't have.
I feel bad for the generation of today because they don't get to be children. They don't get to be kids. They need something to do. They need somewhere to go. These kids have nothing but the streets. I keep my daughter inside because a bullet has no name. He went to a party and he never came home. It's ironic that his father was murdered on the same block at the same age, maybe 5 houses apart. I try to make it make sense. I don't know. My heart won't let me do that. At the end of the day, that was my son, my best friend.
Hey guys, we're having an event at School 6.
Yeah, we going there.
Oh yay! All right, see y'all soon, okay?
It's in the gym?
Yes, it's in the gym. We got basketball and everything. See you soon. Patterson is this beautiful city with beautiful people that have all this hope. And when you meet Pattersonians, especially our young folks, they're so excited. They're so hopeful about their future. When we show up on the blocks, all those young people that people feel are hard to reach or they want to stay away from, those are the ones that give us hugs and reach out to us. So even though people say that the community is disconnected here or there's so much violence and everybody hates each other, I don't see that. We have made it cool to heal. We're bringing them resources, we're bringing them joy. So it's like not a hard pitch to say, hey, if you're ready to change your lifestyle, we're here for you. We want case managers like Yesenia to continue to be funded. She makes sure that a victim that comes to our office is able to get relocation, be able to get key victim services such as mental health. She talks them down whenever they're thinking about retaliating or thinking about the trauma they've gone through. This is the work that we do every day. Everybody around here, this is the work that is so important to continue to fund. When I heard that there's a possibility that next year we might not get funding, it was definitely stressful. We can't just pause, right? Because the work we're doing is life-saving and ongoing. The reason why retaliations don't happen is the fact that we're constantly engaging these young people, right? The constant community walks, the events that we do in their neighborhoods. This communication is what keeps them from using other tools than engaging in violence.
That's great what they do. Getting the kids doing activities, taking their attention away from something that's bad, that's destroying them. I think if we had that much help then when we was coming up, taking us away from all the violence, we wouldn't be the way that we are today. My life before this, it was in the streets, a lot of violence. I'm thinking about this is what I'm gonna do when I get out this hospital, retaliation. So when I got to meet them, expressed how I really feel. And I appreciate them for hearing me, but they changed rearranged my whole thinking. So I wasn't worried about that no more. Every day was better. I went there, I was barely walking. Had the tracheo in my throat, the feeding tube in my stomach, and it came. It was hard. And every day I got better. Every week I got better, and every month. And I was battling with my living arrangements. And they actually helped me out and made sure that I was good, my daughter was good. One of the counselors, he'd been shot before, and when I watched someone older going through it, and they had the same mindset at one point in time, but look where they're at today. So that's someone I could listen to. I had my days, had my times, but they was able to back me out of all of that.
Patterson is not in whole a bad place. It's just them certain areas that's affected by gun violence and things like that. I was shot about 6 months ago, and Patterson Healing showed up at my bedside. They were supporting me so much. As I was going through the process of healing, the main thought I had was that I want to give back to my community, you know, like I want to make it a better place. I mean, I was you, like I felt the same way when I was younger. But what I did, like I just identified the fake love from the real love, you feel me? Like the real love was always at home and the fake love was in the streets, honestly, you feel me? So I identified that, found out what was more important, and family was more important, so I started paying more attention to family, and I was just standing on that, and I was just like, I was still like in the streets, you feel what I'm saying? But I just knew like, when it's that time to go, I gotta go, you feel me? I was my own person, you just gotta be your own person, you feel me? Coming from what I come from and the kids coming up under me that look up to me, I just want to let them know that you do have hope and you do have opportunities. My hope for Patterson is just to become less violent. Let's all come to an understanding, unite, and be strong as a city.
Yeah, I think for me, it was well shot. That opening sound was beautiful, and it might be again just a preference. I felt like when we talk about like the symphony of one of the pieces we saw, the lack of music, and it was great because there were some great sound bites. That kind of got in my head because there were such very long sound bites sometimes that I found myself kind of in and out a bit, and I think that's where music can really benefit some of these pieces. Now it's a preference, I totally understand. It was a well done piece, gave a great overview, I think, of the different people involved. Also because there were so many voices and so many stories, for me, I never really got invested in the stories because I was like, okay, we met this person in the beginning, and then we didn't really meet him again. Then we met this person, then we didn't, so it showed the quantity of the people impacted in Patterson by the shootings, but it was just hard to feel the emotion. There was some moments in there that, especially, and I put a note here, in where they lost the funding, there was that potential they were gonna lose the funding, then regaining it. That should be, for me, a very climactic moment, like a triumphant moment, and it was kind of, I felt lost a bit. Those were just some of my thoughts, but it was well done.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. I thought it was well done as well, and I put music down as well because music can evoke a certain emotion. And are you being manipulated sometimes? Yeah. Okay. I mean, when I go to a movie, I know I'm being manipulated by the music, but that's okay because that's a part of it. You want to feel because that can really sort of like, well, it definitely progresses the story, but also what it does is it makes you much more invested. So I put that in. I also wrote that what I liked was in the beginning, and then they didn't come back. I loved when they were in the camera in the car with the woman, you know, and she's in front and they're back, and that whole piece, that whole set piece, I thought was really good. What was problematic for me, and it goes to what you were talking about, was the fact that, and I'd written down, and then in this particular case, they did put a lower third down who the guy was, and this is the guy toward the end in the green. Okay, he was talking, and I was okay, yet another person where I don't know who you are. Okay, but your name is, and they put his name down. I'm thinking, so then I think, well, maybe in some cases people didn't want their names down because of that. Well, if that's the case, show us, you know, just put a graphic up there very quickly, or crawl, or whatever you want to do. Just say so and so, you know, we can't show the names because of, but I do know that, and this is why I wish they would have at least brought her back at some point visually. I do know that the running voice throughout was the woman who I liked so much in the car. But after that piece, we never saw her again. We only heard her voice, and that was a little challenging for me, as you know, as a viewer, because I thought there were some beautiful shots. There were some beautiful shots. I mean, there was one toward the end of this, just the aerial of Patterson at night. You know, really, really sort of like that whole juxtaposition of the beauty of this. To was it your friend, a friend who likes the intersection of tragedy and beauty? Yeah, you had this, but knowing all the tragedy that's going on underneath, there would have been some way to sort of marry that together a little bit more. I think that could have given it a bit more heft for me. But I agree with Carrie. It was you know, a beautifully done piece overall, and then very sobering at the end when you see the last line, the 20th fatal shooting happens 1 week after the filming, so you know that this continues on. So
I felt like that last title card could have had more impact if they didn't use quite so many title cards. Because I felt like with the funding section, they could have let someone drive that narrative, that loss of funding and then gaining it. And so you have to watch out for that. Like, you have to, like, who are your characters, and let them tell the story, and not you tell the story for them. I had the same note about music. I felt like the music, or sometimes a title card, even some sound underneath, so you can choose, and you can kind of have multiple things to look at, because our brains can digest things really fast. I have a thing too with editing, like when it's a story like this, I kind of like to have like a 3-act structure, right? Like you have like a beginning, middle, and end, and that was such a good end. I felt like such a good end, but the beginning wasn't really as laid out as it probably maybe should have been. And I don't understand that, you know, every shoot is complex and everything. I don't want, you know, like, understand that everything's complex, and I don't know what they had to go through to get everything. So I want to be fair and kind. You know, I really like some images, but I mean, I am stuck where I say it again and again. But I do like to see people back up and give a sense of space, because I felt like we had some characters that were just really close. And you have to like shoot an intro to a scene, shoot the scene, and you have to have a scene the outro to it. And we were kind of missing those outros and intros in some places. Like when he's on the side of the street talking about this is where I got shot, I want to see this feel better. And then technically speaking, like some of the exposures were kind of dark, you know, so I felt like you know, go in, take the time if you're an Avid or Premiere or whatever, and kind of adjust your exposures to be clean across the, or take a color pass essentially. You know, because then it's, you know, it gets in the way of us understanding what's happening, you know, or seeing something. But beautifully shot, shoot in many places, and you know, the time given is just was there. And so if someone really cared about the subject and spent the time doing it, that should be applauded, right?
We're gonna watch one more before lunch. This one, if you want to take 3 minutes to stand up and stretch your legs for a second, because it's gonna take us all the way till noon, so it's about 3 minutes. So we want to like arms up.
Do you just breathing exercise?
Yeah.
Man, do you mind to steal this one?
No, I brought them for
I've been eyeing
anyone here,
it.
by the way. Or-
The sugar's
Feel my
going
blood
down.
sugar run away.
Yeah, that's what they're there for.
Snacking.
Yeah.
Oh man.
These chairs are surprisingly comfortable.
Yeah.
They really are.
Oh, I was like, oh man, this all day, and then I sat down and I was like, ooh.
This works.
This actually works.
You need to
Are
be
these
right
actually
at
on 3190?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think these are throughout all
So
grade
do all of you live on campus or
I do.
off?
off campus for me.
I live right across the street in Ray Hall, so
Nice.
I rolled out of Ethanol over here.
Good.
Oh,
Good.
nice.
Awesome.
And you live
I live off campus.
off campus?
Off campus.
Okay.
Yep.
Did any of you live on campus before, you, at the beginning?
Yeah.
QRC.
I number each one.
I would take.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
How do I word this? You will see this one again in another category also, for the editor category. But this one, remember, it's for both video and editing. But as you're taking notes, if you want to.
Make a note.
Yeah. And again, when we come back to it in the other editor category, we can watch it again. Or if you just want to skim through it to refresh. But just keep that in mind that we will see this again.
Yeah, we don't really have a description for this.
This is high-level felony stuff.
This is a serious, serious crime.
The organizations don't care about these people at all.
People do die, and people are dying.
Not only that the people who died are victims, but their families are going to be victims for the rest of their lives.
Her presence is missed and is every day, I realize. That made me very angry.
By engaging in this activity, you are now participating directly with a transnational criminal organization.
Their main targets are younger people, mainly teens.
These are tough financial times for folks, and the organizations are exploiting that.
Hey, 10-4, I'll head up there.
Good copy. Now we'll roll that way also. That's it.
It yielded, correct? That's correct, it yielded. We're at the curve at the base of D Hill, near the ditch.
Stay in the car, okay? Over the last couple of years, we've seen from everyday smuggling that we see an incident here and there to it's a daily occurrence. The cartels recruit young people, kids, juveniles, all the way up to adults through social media platforms and apps.
So these transnational criminal organizations, they use a lot of social media platforms to target people due to their wide reach. One person can just make an anonymous profile and they can get thousands of people following this profile, and they can solicit for these people to come down and drive and to pick up undocumented non-citizens.
Okay. Usually they say, yeah, okay.
My name's Brian McIntyre. I'm the Cochise County Attorney, which means I'm a prosecutor. They post videos with a bunch of cash in their hand, nice cars, essentially promoting a lifestyle that if you want to be like me, then you need to talk to me. Hit me up, quick, easy money, need drivers all day. They'll post the little image of a baby chick coming out of an egg. We have seen some situations where the recruiter's actually just finding a teen that's liked their page and contacting them directly. You have to send them some proof of your identity so they know you're not a cop. And then they give you a location where you're going to either meet somebody to get the vehicle, or they find out if you have your own vehicle. The conversation switches to a WhatsApp or a platform like that. All of the messaging and those things occurs on that platform. They're telling the people where they need to go. Get down to the county, let us know when you're there, we'll drop a pin and get there as fast as you can. So now you've pulled up to your GPS pin location, and between 2 and 10 people will jump out of the bushes in these camouflage outfits and start getting in your car. Now you're just told, get to Phoenix or get to Tucson, and they will send you another pin of the location and theoretically get paid.
Drivers come down and they get into this situation and they pick up these undocumented non-citizens, and then a law enforcement officer tries to initiate a traffic stop on them.
Usually it's a panic situation. They are actually even being told by their drivers, as long as you go over 100 miles an hour, they won't try to catch you anymore.
And then you'll see them say, don't stop. Run, don't stop.
That fight or flight kind of kicks in.
Run, 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 run. They can't chase you.
If they choose flight, it can result in high-speed chases.
If you enter Sierra Vista at 100 miles an hour, you're placing people's lives in danger.
There was a pursuit that was engaged, and it was a teen or a young adult, and he was involved in a pursuit. He was driving. The pursuit begins. You know, law enforcement had backed off at this point. He is making the decision to continue driving dangerously without law enforcement actively pursuing him, and he blows the intersection through Mustang Corners and hits a woman in her 60s on her way to her birthday dinner to meet her family in Sierra Vista, right? And he killed her. Think about the number of lives that he has influenced and generations. At that moment, not only that the people who died are victims, but their families are going to be victims for the rest of their lives.
My name is Edward Fritsch. You know, it's one of those things where you still get used to like home sounds, like you wake up expecting to hear somebody ruffling through the kitchen and it's not there anymore. Or somebody triggers something like a commercial on TV or something. Owls, she said, they're always watching over you, and so much I got an owl engraved on her headstone. She loved owls. I'm the blue, she was the purple. So we went to Fort Huachuca and they have a thing where you do, they have light snacks and you pay a fee and they teach you how to paint. Her presence is missed and is every day, I realize.
Can you go through that day?
It was 65th birthday. She wanted her lobster, her steak. So she was getting ready, curlers in the hair, and I just got home and I'm like, are you ready? And she's like, no, I'm going to be a little while. Why don't you leave ahead of me and get the table so we don't lose it? And I'm like, we're not going to lose it. But that was her. We got to be on time. So I left and said, okay, I'll meet you there. And she called me on the phone because she's like, I don't exactly remember where this place is. I was trying to give her directions and the phone just, there was suddenly a very, very loud screech and the phone went dead. And I called her and called her. I must have called her 30 times and there was no answer. So I'm getting nervous. We ended up not having dinner. I left, tried calling her and tried finding her. So I get back to the house and I have 4 Benson cops waiting for me. And they told me there was a crash and it was fatal. They didn't tell me how it happened, just it was fatal. And I'm like, are you sure it was her? You know, the general questions you always ask, it can't be her. I got my car and drove back. And I stopped at the scene because I'm like, tell me this isn't it. And it was her. So when the chaplain gets there, I get told, I'm like, can I see her? And they said no, that her body is the property of Homeland Security. So they took her, I don't know where she was. I got a call about 4 days later from a mortuary that said, your mom has been delivered here. We need you to come down and make the arrangements. But yeah, she simply was going for her 65th birthday to celebrate her next chapter in life. And out of anybody I know, she deserved it. She had a hard life. I've seen that woman start from scratch so many times. She would always have 2 or 3 jobs, and I mean ones where she'd go to the next one and sleep in the parking lot for an hour and get up and do another 8-hour shift. Always trying to make ends meet. Like, she had no lavish lifestyle. And she just wanted to retire. She bought, about 6 months before that, 8 months, she bought her first brand new car. And she said, well, I know this is the one I'm going to keep for the rest of my life, but finally I have a brand new car that's just mine. I mean, we're talking the simple stuff in life, you know? My mom, when she would sit and watch TV, she was making me this blanket. So she was crocheting it. She got a decent size done. At this point, you see where she stopped. So I'm trying to get somebody to like tie that off so I can use it. But it took her a long time. She would work on this at nights. Yeah, she has about 4 more of these to do. But I think, you know, leave it where it was.
It's tough because we get accused of picking on the undocumented individuals coming across, when really what we're after is the smuggling organizations. The organizations don't care about these people at all. They treat them as cargo, not people. In the vernacular, they're called pollos, which means chickens, and that's how they're treated. They know they got to be kept alive, they got to be fed and watered, but that's really all these people care about. They don't really care about their safety. We've pulled multiple people out of small places. A van will have 10 people in it. A house will have close to 50 people in it. They don't care. They're stored until they pay, and then they move on.
These are tough times. These are tough financial times for folks, and the organizations are exploiting that, right? They're looking for people with easy money. We're starting to see a lot of people showing up who are armed. They're coming armed because they have an understanding of what it is to deal with organized crime.
By engaging in this activity, you are now participating directly with a transnational criminal organization. They don't consider the people who are going to be placed in your vehicle human beings. They consider their items to be bought and paid for and shuttled from one place to another.
But these are posted multiple times a day by 30, 40 people just in the Phoenix area. There isn't one specific platform. We see Facebook, Instagram, everything really.
TikTok even.
Find out it was some 16-year-old kid that was willing to give up his life for, they told me each person was worth like $1,000 to $1,500, and he had 4 people, so that's $6,000. He put my mom's value and his value at $6,000. That made me very angry.
He's a young man who's got his entire life in front of him, and now his life is ruined, right? And he has to live with it.
It's pretty tough having to go out and deal with individuals who've just been deceased just because a kid was scared because he was hired to do a job he shouldn't have been hired to do.
He could have stopped when the cops stopped him. But apparently they're told when you go through Cochise, hit 100 and keep going, they won't chase you.
And they're actually monitoring the pursuit as it's happening. You'll read it very sad. Hey, how come you're not answering? What's happening? And it's because they've crashed, right? So I spoke to the 2 non-citizens. It was a family. It was a grandmother, the children's mom, and the 2 children, one adult, one juvenile male, and one juvenile female. When they tried to pull him over, he accelerated to up over 90 miles an hour, and then he finally decided to stop. So it's a good thing that he stopped before we got into the community, right? Because once we get into the community, we have to outweigh the risk of the pursuing versus not pursuing anymore, right? They're facing severe jail terms. And a lot of times what I say is the jail time's the least of it. You're 17 years old, you're 16 years old, you're being charged as an adult for a vehicular manslaughter or a negligent homicide. All that apart, you gotta live with that with the rest of your life.
This is high-level felony stuff, whether it's from the federal law side or from the state law side when you're endangering the citizens of this community, endangering your passengers, and fleeing from law enforcement.
To all the parents out there, know where your kids are at. We have more incidents where we are catching kids down here and we call the parents, they have no idea they're in the southeast corner of the state of Arizona smuggling.
If you can just put yourself in the mindset of that 17-year-old, that 16-year-old that's, you know, he's driving mom's car, the adrenaline dump and the stress, you're not thinking clearly at that point. And all of a sudden, you just have these 5 or 6 people who you would never let into your car, jump into your car. And now you're driving, and all of a sudden, a marked law enforcement unit gets behind you. And then those red and blue lights go on. I mean, how do you handle that when you still have a developing brain, right? You're gonna make bad decisions.
And you look at him, and he's a kid. He's a freaking 16-year-old kid.
People do die, and people are dying, and people are getting seriously hurt with forever life-changing injuries.
You're working with an international criminal organization when they partake in this. It's dangerous. So please, parents, engage with law enforcement, help us on that, and let's try to stop this behavior.
This isn't about an immigration issue. It's about a very dangerous criminal organization that will do anything to anyone to make sure that they continue to move their product. At some point, you have to pay the price for that. And if you do it here, I'm the guy who's going to guarantee that you will pay the price.
Just, I guess my big question would be, was this all worth it? You destroyed your life, you destroyed my mom's life, my brothers, my sisters, all for $6,000.
about it until after we're done with this category. If this one does go to, ends up being something that you guys vote into the final four, right? I don't think that would be an issue if both of you agreed, like, you both agree to place it somewhere in there, then that's still a 2-1 vote, you know, so. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Sure.
But for now, we'll just take comment from you two, so, any money, no care.
Yeah, no worries. I really liked the use of the graphics. Like, I thought that was really smart, the way that they did that. I always love seeing just new things, you know, trials, and you know, in the beginning it was a little distracting with the 4 screens, but then as they popped it up, I loved that. I thought that was really creative. The story was very well done. His sound with the story of his mom. That's, I think, a perfect example of what we were talking about, where you're following one person, and his soundbite was long, but they let those moments, they just stayed, and they held, and it was in those, like, pockets that you really felt the story. I like the angles that they told it from. Technically, it seemed to be, I didn't see anything technically off. It was polished in terms of the graphics, and I think they gave just enough for the story. There was one section that it was hard because they were kind of going back and forth for a minute, to where they said they were referencing the 16-year-old in the case, but they had already started going down this, like, path of just people in general, if I remember correctly, putting others in the cars and smuggling them, and then we went back to the 16-year-old, and I was like, it took me a second to be like, wait, who are we talking about again? But other than that, I think the story was well done.
Yeah, I thought it was well done too. To be like a cameraman that's been in the field and to see them catch a car go by from that in-car shot, that's a hard thing. It's part luck, part, you know, rolling at all times. It's part, you know, to get it so clean, and you can tell like it's happening in the moment, and that is where, you know, good photographers are made, right? Like, do a lot of that, you will get that, and I want to commend that photographer for grabbing those footage, and you tell he had to stay in the car, right? He wasn't allowed to get out of the car because everything was from that perspective.
Right.
And they did that. I would not have done anywhere close to the job. I think they did a really good job of that. I like the graphics, the way they did it. I'm with you. At the beginning, it was like, what are we seeing? Why are we seeing it? But they explain it, and then you're like, yeah, I get it. You know, that interview with the son, that was just powerful, and having the time to let him go into it, you know, like, that's felt like, to me, it was probably like an hour-long interview or more, and just giving that time, and the news organization giving them the time to do that is, I think, a really, you know, strong thing to see. I want to see like those stories. That's an important story, right? Like, that's a story has a lot of impact. I really like the way they ended it. I really did, and I felt like just the moment of just seeing their lives affected, everyone's life affected, was just. You know, it's a really nice ending. The pacing, the editing, it was strong, because it gave you time to feel, it gave you time to kind of have a moment when it was happening. Yeah, a strong piece, very strong. I was, that in-car stuff, when the students here, if you have to shoot anything inside a car, is really difficult. You know? And the interview while a guy's driving, it's really hard to do.
It was steady.
Yeah, it was steady. It's good.
All right, that is it. Let's get some food in us. Let's go look at some overcast some skies. See if there's life outside of this room. back on camera, and then we will have Leon give comments. As you were putting chips.
You're right.
Just let me know when we're back on, while we're recording. Okay. So, kind of bringing everyone back up to speed. We got clarification. Leon does not have to recuse himself for the piece that we saw before lunch. So, if you would like to give your comments on that piece. Leon did not have any part to do with that story. He had just seen the story before. But other than that, he had no impact or influence or anything on it, so he's able to also give comment.
Okay. Yeah. All right, great, thanks. Well, the things that stuck out for me was I liked the beginning. I love any use of graphics that is done really well, because I think it can sort of really immediately bring you into the moment. And so when we had that, the first shot up, where, as you were saying, I was trying to okay exactly what it was, and then they explained it. Just having the graphics of the folks running across, I thought was really good. I also really, I have to agree with Brian. I think anytime you can get a shot in a car while it's moving, that is really impactful as well. One of the things that took me through the entire segment overall was I always felt almost like this sense of urgency that they were, there's this story that they were really telling. I always felt that I was a part of the process that was going on. So I liked how they did that, and some of that was really again, I could see where I knew where some of the edits might have been, but I didn't really feel like that it had been edited, but you knew that it had been. Which is so crucial as well to really tell a good story, is that I call that invisible editing, so to speak. And then the only other thing that I thought was really, well, there was a lot that I thought was good, but I thought was really, anyone who can do this is really good, and that is just giving the person on camera time to breathe, just letting that moment so automatically, just organically, even if it is an hour, and then you're able to edit it down to that, but you just give them that time. Because one of the things that we've learned, first of all, it's all about listening and less about talking. And if you just allowing that person to talk, the emotions are going to come. Because one thing that I've learned in this is no one likes silence. So, but if you're not going to say anything, either as the photographer or as a reporter, whatever, they're going to keep it, the conversation going, the person in the other chair. And that is eventually going to elicit emotion, which in the case of we saw this. And the only other thing I say is how they brought it together in the middle part with talking about the young man, the 14 or 16-year-old, the policeman had just said, that a 60-year-old woman just going to, for her birthday, we find out she's 65, but 60-year-old, and then they talk about the kid, and then the son. I thought the son really brought it all together with both parties. So I thought it was well done overall. It really was.
All right. We are now going to move on to our next one. It is, it is this one. 0406 4LF for life. And this one is titled No City in Ukraine is Safe. Family escapes missile strike in Kiev.
I'm not seeing a description for this one.
З яким ти виріс разом. Дуже рідна людина мені була дуже. Не був просто брат. як другом, як братом.
Senior Lieutenant Vasil Vashavani was killed on the 8th day of the war with Russia. He was a 28-year-old paratrooper with Ukrainian Army. With heavy fighting in the Mykolaiv region, it took 5 days to recover his body and send it home to his family. The coffin arrived sealed shut.
Дуже переживаю за маму, як вона зараз це все перенесе. Молодший її син.
The family requested that Vasil be buried in his home village in western Ukraine.
Це називається живий ланцюг з людей, які прощаються з героєм.
For miles as the funeral procession passed, villagers gathered at the side of the road to pay their respects.
Бог забирає кращих. Та я думаю, що йому зараз там легко. Вже все не гірше, він пережив, вже йому спокійно. І він постійно на цій лавці розкачувався і щось лялякав мені. Щось розказував. Говорили про все. Про особисте, про моє, про його. Маму забрали, були серед ночі швидка в лікарню. Моє бажання його відправити. Її відправити кудись, щоб вона оздоровилась, відновила здоров'я, хоча це вже шрами на серці такі, що вони вже не загояться ніколи. Але...
After 2 weeks of government silence about its death toll, Ukraine's president said around 1,300 soldiers had been killed, though that number could not be independently verified. Vasil's mother still lives in the house where he grew up.
Смішний, такий веселий, як жартував, так підстрибував, такий гарний був, такий. Ну, я його бачу завжди таким веселим, гарним.
Оце бачили, як він перший раз поїхав? Перший раз. Це він, йому тут скільки, 19 років чи 20?
14 рік.
То тільки почалася війна в Україні на Сході.
Це 8 років назад.
Неможливо, то не переживеться нормально. То буде біль буде в серці до кінця, то неможливо. Я такого фрагмента відключаюся, щось потім щось не розумію, потім. Та його нема. І вже шок такий, все. І вже знов наворачуюся, стрес мені.
Vasil's grave is in a small cemetery near where he was born, a place far from the Russian bombing, but still deeply impacted.
Прийміть цей прапор як символ державі, який вірно та до кінця служив ваш брат, син.
Talk about an ending card. Wow. You know, I'm just still collecting my thoughts here. But I mean, I feel like that was, I mean, you just pulled into it, and you can't let go. You know, like it's still holding on to what I just watched. And that says something. That just grabbed us, right? Short, sweet, and made a personal story of loss in this huge, big story. You know, which is, I feel like every journalist should be looking for that small, personal story. And you know, shooting a funeral is hard. Being in the way is hard. You know, because you feel like you're in the way, right? And you need those moments to shoot a funeral. I really love that. The photo of the, the video of the going from the putting the coffin in the van to the photo. I felt like that was another way of just putting them together. That was nice. Sometimes short is better, and you just got right to the point. Just got into it. I felt like we kind of jumped into it, but like once you're there, you're along for the ride.
Yeah, no, I just wrote right off the top, like it grabs you from Sound of Emotion. Like it's very, hearing the crying and the wails, it's like you immediately feel the pain. And that's something that, we've talked a little bit about pacing and music and how these things come together. The letting that sound pops for a little bit are really impactful, like creeks running. But that's one thing that I've always been taught, is that you want to make people feel like they're there in the room with you. And that immediately, I was just transported into this church, and you're there, and you're going. It was, I think it was really well done. Again, it left, even though there was a very definitive beginning, middle, and end under 5 minutes, it left me wanting to follow that journey more and to see, okay, now what? And this poor mother, because she was also a central character aside from the brother that passed away. So I think it was just very, very well done. And again, goes to talk about resources that organizations put towards these stories. This organization could have very easily said, oh, it's 5 minutes, make it longer, or, have those conversations, and maybe they did. But to say, this is beautiful. Let's send the crew over there. This is beautiful. This is what it is. Let it be. It told that whole story very, very nicely. It was very nice.
I agree. I started much like you. I wrote opening scene, marching, coupled with the screams, the combination of the two, because we saw these crosses coming at us down the street, which I thought is a beautiful visual, but then hearing the sound in the back. I also thought the use of having the brother sort of be really the narrator throughout, pretty much, the fact that he was the driver, and again, being in the car with him. I really like those shots. I thought another, from a visual, the way that they were showing as the camera going as the drive is driving through the villages and the people are kneeling. You really look for those moments. And then overall for me, sort of what you said, Kara, I just said for me, I look for an arc as well within the story, because that can happen both from a visual standpoint and also from the wording and the narrative. And I saw that beginning, middle, and end. It was really almost like a short film, a really, really short film that and that's when it's at its best. When, if I say it's like a short film, because you've gone through this emotional journey with this family in 4 minutes, and it was brought to life through all the visuals that they put as well. So I thought this was really well done.
Yeah.
Really, really well done, especially for the time, the amount of time, just 4 minutes.
Yeah, it really grabbed you in that first 20 seconds. So you're just like hooked.
Yeah, try not to go back on it, but I'll just echo that. Yeah, those gnat sounds at the throughout, but really at the end, that sound of the dirt, just that thud, because is the finality of it, and just it was just such a clear sound that it just hits, and then that final holding on to that final insulate, and it just was like, wow. So.
It really kind of makes the end, like the sound is almost sometimes more important than the visuals sometimes. Because the camera operates outside that circle, for a while, and you can understand if people come up, you jockeying to get in there, but doing it respectfully, and using that sound to make that point, I think is really, really powerful.
And you could hear a couple, I think, in this room go, when you read that end slate.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Welcome back from lunch.
Casual afternoon.
Yeah. We are going to go with 0277. Speaking of after lunch, eat. And this one is called The Caregiver's Journey.
I've got a description for this one. All right. Leandra Manos has spent nearly 3 years as the full-time caregiver for her 86-year-old father George Manos, who is in the later stages of dementia. Dementia and COVID have given Leandra the battle of her life. Leandra's journey has left her without full-time employment as she works to protect and care for her father. The rising prevalence of dementia is becoming a worldwide crisis, requiring more research and better long-term care provision. According to Alzheimer's Disease International, over 55 million people worldwide lived with dementia in 2020.
To send a message, press 2. First, save voice message.
Hey, Leandra, this is your Bucketta, and I'm just calling to tell you that I love you. Okay, talk to you later, honey. Bye-bye.
Next message.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, my beautiful daughter Leandra. Happy birthday to you. I hope you had a good day without me. And I love you very much. And I wish I could be next to you right now to give you a hug and a kiss. I thank you so much for everything you've done for me. I really do appreciate it. I'll talk to you later. I love you, honey. Bye-bye.
End of message. Next message.
I think with my dad, family has always been everything to him. I've been trying to give him the semblance of him being with his family until he dies. He may be confused at times, like who we are or what our names are, or I just want him to feel good, to feel comforted, loved, to be acknowledged, to be cared for. I want him to be all of that. That's what I've been trying to provide for him. As his life comes to the end, that he is surrounded by the one thing that meant the world to him, which is his family. Ready for your next bite? Oops, Dad. Dad. No, it's right here. There we go. Open. Open. There you go. Good. Hold on. Hold on. Something fell. Right here. Open your hand. Hold on. There it is. No, stay right there.
Don't tell me to stay.
Okay. Bravo. I just really want to finish up the meat more than anything. This last couple of pieces is chicken. Hey, Baba, you don't have to squeeze into my arm. You don't have to squeeze into your ribs, okay? Just relax your arms. Relax your arms.
And if you don't relax your arms, what happens?
Yeah, because you can swing your arms a little bit more to the natural rhythm of your stride. Sit. No. Sit. Sit. I'll take that. The milkshake. Well, I don't want to put it over there. I want to put it on the table where it'll be safe. Okay. Are you ready for your cookie?
Not really.
Oh, you don't want it anymore?
Oh. That's this is what they call a three-piece cookie.
Well, what do you mean a three-piece cookie? You mean you bite it in 3 bites? You eat it in 3 bites?
That's right.
Oh, okay. A 3-bite cookie?
And if you keep the
We'll see if you get it in 3 bites. And if you don't, I think Bert will be the 4th bite. The cookie is in this hand.
I know.
You don't have anything in the right hand. Not even a crumb. There's a cookie right here. Yeah. Grab that whole thing. You got it? Okay, there's the whole cookie. Now you put your right hand to your mouth. How is it?
Do you want a cookie?
Oh, he does. But he can't have any because it's chocolate chips.
Oh,
And that's poisonous for dogs.
sorry about it.
So tomorrow is Tuesday. We're going to do some more walking tomorrow and maybe some exercises and keep getting stronger. And then Wednesday we're going to try to go to the senior program. Okay? We're going to be strong by Wednesday. Sound like a plan?
That's all.
The cookie's in the left hand.
I know.
Okay, there's nothing in the right hand.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, can you get up?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, you're cold.
I know because I went outside. All right. Okay, so can you give me what you have in that hand?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, give me
Give you what?
give me your hand. What you have in your hand. Give me what you have in your hand. So you have your hand free. You gotta have your hand free.
Well, what happens if you like empty it?
I want you to empty your hand.
Okay, open your hand.
Empty it. Right here, in my hand. Open.
I got a whole bunch of stuff in my hand.
Yeah, give it to me. Just put it in my hand.
I don't think that's a good way of.
Are you gonna empty it?
Yeah.
Okay, give it to me. Empty in my hand. Right here.
Oh,
Right here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, put it in.
I really am. I can't see it.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, gee.
Oh, that kind of a disaster just happened. Let's investigate. Let's go investigate. Okay, let's go that way. You go that way. We're going to investigate and see what just happened over there. Okay, go ahead. And I want you to walk because I want you to get stronger. But every time you take 10 steps this way and back this way, you can't breathe. So we can't do the nebulizer every time that happens. So I don't think this is going to work for a week. Don't worry, Dad. I'll call tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Okay? I'll call tomorrow, first thing, while you're sleeping. So we have an answer before you wake up.
What happens if I don't have an answer?
Well, that's when I start screaming and yelling. Make sure you look good for bed. He's a snuggle bug. I don't want to end up with depression and dementia because I'm not taking care of myself and my own brain. I've been very mindful of that. So unlike him, I actually am screaming from the rooftops looking for help. In my family, my mom didn't work. She stayed at home and she raised the kids and kept the house. Then my dad worked. And my dad was also a very involved father. He was, you know, if we had a swim meet or something going on, he made every effort to attend and be involved in our lives. We were always cared for. You know, my mom was probably the best mom out there. She loved kids. I think her destiny was to be a mother, and she was a great mom, and I think all four of us kids would say that. I didn't have to look far for a role model on what it means to take care of your family because my mom and my dad both did that very much. I've had some time to think about it, and at the beginning I was very, very uncomfortable with the fact that Dad might die here, you know, like here in this room. And then over time I became more comfortable with that, just reading up on it more, educating myself on the process, and the fact that, you know, this is a gift that he can be with us, that he won't be alone, you know, especially in COVID, you know, people are dying alone, that if it came down to that, he can die here with us, here. And so I just tried to reframe it in my mind so that I would become more comfortable with it. Okay, let me feed these guys. I'm gonna feed you. Okay. Okay, Conan. I got your pills. You okay? I'm ready for you to sit up. You gotta get over there. Right there, on the commode.
What time did I take?
You're taking too much time.
How much time did I take?
So far? Got nice clean ears. I like clean ears. You can look in the mirror.
I do better using my eyes.
Oh, okay.
That's everything.
Okay. Can you open?
Oh, I can open and see. I just see better.
Yeah. I think that's normal. Yeah. Okay, open. Open. Open your mouth.
Yeah, so.
Ready? Okay, this one's gonna go down, and then down. Okay, ready? Open. Open. Come on, Dad, I gotta get a haircut. Open. Okay, bite down. You okay? This is probably the longest my hair has ever been. Right here. Are you okay? Okay, well, I'm gonna check you out while you're getting up. I'm gonna put you right over to the chair. Okay, so now you're near the chair. You could roll over onto your knees. Okay, yeah, I got you. You roll over onto your knees.
I'm listening carefully.
I'm listening.
I don't want to go through the house.
Yeah, just, this is simple. You just roll over onto your knees and go sit on the chair. Okay, just do that. Chair is right here.
Yep, I see it. Just leave it.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. You feel any pain anywhere? You feel any pain on your back?
No.
How about down here?
Listen, I haven't pain room. Just relax.
Right behind you.
Relax. Just relax.
Right here. Yeah, it's right here. Grab the chair. Sit down. Okay? You need to catch your breath a little bit. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have you lean forward. You feel any pain here? Pain? You tell me where. Anything. You're a man of steel. Alright. Well, that's good, Baba. You got lucky. Okay. Now go straight. Okay. One for entering, one for Uncle Tom. Okay?
You know, you have been always my role model. It is. It is how you took care of your wife. What a dedicated husband you were. Leave of this, your servant, Arlene Menos.
My dad was very, very selfless in caring for my mom. And he cared for her for 12 years in the house while she was bedridden. And then the last year, She was in a nursing home, and he would go every day and visit her. And prior to when she was bedridden, she was walking, but she was falling a lot. She was very weak. So he had taken time off from work to be with her. And then she became bedridden, and so he never really went back to work. So he was very, very selfless. What we're finding is that there isn't a lot of help out there, and you have to private pay for it. It's expensive. And if you are not affluent, the reality is you end up as a ward of the state, and the care you get there is not as good. If you don't have children who are going to take care of you, or you don't have a spouse who's going to look after you, that those people they're in a real conundrum. The system is well-intentioned, but it doesn't work. The best care that people can get who have dementia, for the most part, is being cared for by a family member.
I brought the cat.
Yeah, but my Tiki, my baby Tiki, she's gonna be euthanized. Like in a half an hour.
Okay.
Do you wanna say goodbye to her? You wanna pet her? I think Tiki is comfortable with you. She's taking her last little nap here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ashes, would you like to have her ashes returned?
Returned, yes.
Okay, awesome. And then next question is, what type of urn would you like?
Oh, lovely Tiki. Oh, baby.
Alejandra, this is your dad, and I'm just calling to tell you that I love you. Okay, talk to you later, honey. Bye-bye.
End of message. To erase this message, press 7.
Yeah, it's like a slow burn, right? So I really liked how you got to know character. It was really intimate portrayal with that access is incredible to get. That's like me being in those moments and not flinching. That's actually really hard to do, I think. Because you're a human. You want to go help someone, lift someone up, but you can't. You want to just get the moment. I really liked the snow at the beginning. It kind of set the stage. I liked the voicemail. That was just amazing. And for me, was the frames within a frame when he's brushing his teeth and you're in the living room or outside the door. That's photography that kind of isolates and makes you the voyeur, right? And I kind of like that for this piece. It's a slow pace. It's a slow burn. I think the hard part is getting into it. Like once you get into it, then you're kind of like want to know what happens. I wish we had maybe a little bit more to hang on to at the beginning. Like after we get the intro, but a little bit, a little bit more. But I also really thought like the tunnel scene. She's walking in the tunnel, and they kept their exposure to that background. That really made it a subjective shot, and then they get the reverse. And I feel like the cinematography, the photography was really doing a lot of emotional work for us.
I agree. I agree. I wrote that the opening shot was beautifully done. I really thought that it set the tone, and the aerial view with the dad's messages there. And then again, those seems like we're all thinking the same way in a lot of this. I said with those long scenes, I thought were really very well done because it gave you time to really become sort of like immersed into that moment. When just the long scene of her getting him dressed and putting his teeth in and all that. I thought that was really compelling. From a visual standpoint, there are a couple others that I thought were very well done. One was the visual of her on the floor with the dad in the bed. I thought, and really, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, this is probably how she slept every night. So that sort of like gave me as a person, and I thought that. And the other, if you remember a few docs back, I was talking about how I wish, the mothers, when they were in all the white, and I wish that the lights would have been more. Conversely, here, I'm looking at the church and the cemetery in particular. I thought that the lighting was perfect because, I'm sorry?
Stunning.
Yeah, it was stunning because I really felt that it kept you, to your point, Brian, it kept me in the moment. And it also, I think, added to the tone of it. So that lighting was really, it was perfect. And the use of music was just enough. It was very stark, but in a way that I found to be very, very compelling. And the only other thing I had here was it to me, it really showed the weight and the gravity of what she was dealing with every day. Yet the only time she showed emotion was the euthanization of the dog. That was the only time that I saw that, her eyes were a little moist in the car before she took it in. And I just thought it was very interesting. I was just trying to really figure all of that out, but I just thought that was a very interesting, kind of psychological, on a whole nother level, I guess, that she was able to keep her emotions intact with her dad, but yet when it came to the dog, those emotions they were much rawer. So a lot of good stuff in it. A lot of good stuff.
Yeah, the symbolism too. Like I love callbacks when they're properly done in editing and in just storytelling. With setting it up with the audio messages, it's like it automatically makes you think of those messages you get from the people you love, and then bringing it back at the end. But just hanging on that picture of both him and the mom was beautiful. it's interesting because we talk about pacing and we've talked about a lot of these things. I think those moments, you know, I wrote specifically the food moments. I liked staying on them. I do think they could have been, and this is nitpicky, just slightly shorter. And maybe again that's just preference because, you know, and it's tough because you see why they held on to them for so long because especially with the cookie, you know, you see him getting confused with the use of his left hand. I think maybe after a certain point, and then towards the end he had a moment of comedy with it, you know, a little light-hearted moment for some levity. It's tough because you want to see those moments. I feel like it could have just slightly, just on some of those, just been shortened maybe a bit. But then if you do that, I don't know what it does to the storytelling. So maybe the editor played with that a bit. It was really, I agree with everything you guys said though. The shots, the snow shots were stunning. Just really, really beautiful. And in moments, I do like, this is one where I kind of go back on another note where in one of the pieces we saw earlier, it was very hard to understand and I wish they had CC'd. I like that they didn't here because it just adds to that environment where that's what she's trying to do every day and work with every day. So it's like, it goes, I think some of these notes perhaps go with the theme of what you're trying to say, of the storytelling, if it makes sense, and that's where this becomes very part of the editorial and creative process per person, per story, because it's not like a blank slate of this will work, if you get this shot, oh, it's perfect, because it doesn't work in every case. But it was very nicely, very, very nicely done. Little mini movie.
And you know the other visual, before I go to the next one, right, that I thought was really, I didn't write it down, but it stays with me now. When she was on the steps, the broken steps, and you had all of the grass and all of, I mean, the leaves and everything. To me, that was such a symbolism in a way, and it was just so well done. I mean, how it just stuck on her, and that she was deep in thought. It was just it was just really, I thought that was just such a beautifully done shot because it said so much with doing very little, which sometimes some of the best shots that you can have that really when you can say so much with so little being done. So I was impressed with that.
Yeah, I think, well, I want to just add to, like she doesn't get a break, right? She's on all the time, and kind of the way they tell the story is like we don't get a break either. You know, that psychology of like we were like hoping for the next edit, but we don't get to leave, just like she doesn't. And the only time she cries is when she's got a break.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Really good point.
I'm trying to find one that's maybe would lift the mood, but I don't.
Are there gonna be any of them? Are we gonna not cry at any of these, or am I just like destined to be crying for the rest of the day?
No, man, the dog part got me on this one. I am a huge animal lover, especially dogs. And
that looked exactly like my dog that we had to put down last year, so that was a rough little bit right there.
Ray, they're gonna come, so.
I know.
I love that you're trying to figure out the tone and pace as well.
Tone, pace, I'm trying to edit this day.
Yeah.
And also, like, yeah, really the pacing, but, okay, let's go with, yeah, all right, we're gonna go with 0440 KDH.
This is number 9 of 16.
Wait, where?
As Rush, yep, that's the one.
Is it just not in here? For mine, for some reason.
For KDH.
Oh, I'm just blind apparently. Okay.
No description?
No.
No.
This one's titled As Russia Pivots to Ask, Are We Next?
Ну, идут боевые действия. Что я могу сказать? Больше ничего.
Хочеться, звісно, вижити, остатися на своїй землі.
І зриви так же не прекращаються по сьогоднішній день. І днем, і, круглосуточно.
Следующий вот после нас уже вот это крайний наш український блокпост.
Російські війська десь на віддалі десь 5 кілометрів знаходяться. Вірогідність, що вони хочуть зайняти Запоріжжя. І ми тут стоїмо їм на заваді.
Мы на своей территории на Украине, а по нам гатят со стороны, как это сейчас там, Васильевка, уже Россия. И вот так вот перебиваемся. Короче, выживаем. В подвалах, по погребах же сидим. Только вечер и сразу в подвал. Потому что уж стреляют. Ужинаем здесь, оно вот холодно, сыро. Одеваемся в теплое все и до утра спим. Как спим? Когда стреляют, встаем, Богу молимся.
Наші українські війська перестрілюються з російськими. Йде перестрілка. Ось, зараз опять, ви бачите? Поняли? А ми попадаємо посередині. Я тут мечтаю клумбу посадити і поставити качелю. Щоб уютненько так зробити. Про хати бросати не дуже хочеться. У мене просто 12 котів і собак у дворі, яких я не можу предати. Коротше, мене держать животні. Це я готую собакам на утро, завтрак. Люди потікали, сусіди на другій вулиці. Їх треба годувати. Тут у нас, я не знаю, чоловік 60 осталося. 20% осталося. Ми вже привикли. Вже другий місяць, тобто вже приспособились ми. То так.
Сестру вбили з чоловіком, я не можу.
От по цій вулиці прямо.
Ми поховали їх так, я кажу, як собак позаривали. Не по-людськи все це. Ой. Ми сиділи в підвалі, а біля нас снаряд розірвався. Я вже посилала всім смс-ки, що я прощаюся і взагалі. Ой, це дуже важко, я не можу. Війна – це дуже важко, ви пробачте. Я там живу, там усе розгромили. Зараз іду на ту сторону.
Ви там дом знімали?
До сестри. Це діти порозбігалися, нема ніде нікого. Хай хоч вони будуть щасливі.
За останній тиждень я дуже багато бачив техніки, яка піднімається. Дуже багато. Це і артилерія тяжола, і люди самі, солдати. На даний момент зараз на цьому участку проживає 8 сімей. От ви навіть зараз чуєте вистріли. Це дуже близько. Максимум кілометр-два, може 5 кілометрів. Кожний божий день це все видно. Це дуже страшно. Особливо тоді, коли це все починається взриви, вибухи. Вибачте, але є все. Я не можу нічого більше сказати.
Як були вдома. Даху немає, спимо під відкритим небом. Со сторони Васильівки це. Я чую ці звуки кожен божий день. І день, і вночі. Просто живе трошки, як кажуть, закалки ще старий, а от пенсіонерам це дуже-дуже тяжко переносить.
Нормально. Я вам кажу, що збираємося на виїзд. Вже була вказівка, тому давайте.
Поїхали.
Вилізла на свою голову.
Якби читаємо в інтернеті все, за Гуляйполе навіть ніхто не вспоминає. Там всі города, а Гуляйполе, розумію, що вони, розумієте, стріляли, хто зна куди. Вони просто стріляли по домам, по людям. Виїхати теж ми не маємо змоги. У мене мама 89 років, сидить он в підвалі. Я ніяк не можу нікуди вивезти. Це тільки можна було раніше в кінах побачити. За що ми пострадали? Дуже. І ще не знаємо, звісно, що буде далі. Ми не знаємо.
Їй 90 років, куди я її потягну? Вона і так єлі ходить. Ми держимося. І бабушку, я казала, мама, я вас до 100 років дотягаю, клянусь. Оце таке у нас тут бомбоубіжище. Ой, все, мам, зараз я підпалю вам свічку. Люди сплять, а тут ось ми спимо з чоловіком. Отут ось бабулечка ось наша. Тут старенькі в креслах сплять ось. Отут ось сплять люди, воно. Ось люди сплять, отут ось люди сидять. Ну всі сходяться при великої, коли дуже громлять.
Дай им пережить всю эту навалу, Боже, защити их близких, родных, и забыть про эту войну. Боже, благослови и храни нас. Аминь.
Кожен Божий день оце таке. Кожен Божий день. І немає в нас нема защити в Гуляйполі цього. Вже старички і то кажуть, ми прожили і воїни, 3 воїни. Ну такої не було. Ну я вже, мені 76 років. Куди я вже виїду? Нікуди не виїду. Ото так і будемо мучитися.
I didn't realize I didn't write any notes.
Me neither.
I didn't know.
I just looked and went, oh my god.
Carrie, go first without your notes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it, you know, just from a journalistic standpoint and those that are learning and wanting to, you know, do this for a living, that is, I think, an unforeseen but amazing example of those journalists putting their lives on the line to go right in the middle of, you know, where everything is happening and to bring attention to, even they said it, you know, no one is familiar with, no one's heard this name of this town. I think that's phenomenal journalism right there. And it's not, you know, saying that that's what you have to do in every situation, but to understand in some situations that to get the story that that's where it takes you is phenomenal. The shots were just stunning, cinematic. Nothing took me out of that story, and even we met a lot of people, but it all had that same through of that same reason for them being there. So you in that instance you understand why we're meeting so many people, and it made sense to follow along the way it was executed. It just progressed into one another very nicely. Yeah, that one kind of left me a little speechless. Beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't write any notes either. I was just swept up into it and expertly shot. I felt like that handling of that bunker scene with just the flashlights and the candle. That was just handled really well. Then of course, like you hear the Ukrainian soldier to stop filming, and they don't stop filming, right? Like, it's a lesson. Like just back off and keep filming, right? Like, but that's putting yourself on the line to get that story out. I mean, that's in a dangerous place. Even that soldier's like, we need to go. He's armed. That was yeah. I mean, you could just see it. You could see like there's just their day that kept putting themselves in danger and in essentially anything everyone they could see or find.
No, I agree. I didn't write notes either because I agree. I just thought that the story was compelling, which is important. And to your point, I thought from a visual standpoint, those small moments with the lights and the candle, to those big moments where you saw just this expansive field, or you saw the road. I think that the person who photographed this and really took the time to really understand, the sort of like the messaging that they were trying to get across in each one of those moments. The thing that kept coming back to me through this 8 minutes was I felt like I was watching. This is a big compliment to them, like watching something like Saving Private Ryan or something like that, when they're going through through those villages, and you're just seeing just what is happening. And the through line here was, I think almost in every city that they went is, where can I go? Which is why the title, I guess, is so apt to it. But they said, well, where can I go? Where can I go? Where can I go? So just really well done on all fronts, from a visual and from a storytelling standpoint.
Yeah.
Told you guys these are only gonna get harder. All right. Do you want to stand up and shake it out for about 5 minutes? We're about to go into another half-hour one.
Yeah, that's
snacks. Get the blood sugar up. 0518 V7C.
Oh, ProPublica.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you, it runs the gamut of who all submits into
really?
this, and it's really
Very
amazing. This one is titled Salmon People, or as my mom calls it, Salmon. Salmon People, a native, sorry mom if you're watching. Salmon People, a native fishing family's fight to preserve a way of life. Any description?
No.
Fantastic.
Oh, I know a salmon story. One time in the springtime, Randy's mother got up early in the morning, looked out the window, and she seen a bunch of little lights out in the water swimming past her house. She was so shocked, she went and got Randy. She woke him up and she told him to look out the window. And he seen it too. He seen all them little lights going by, and it was the salmon. And God let her see that the salmon bring back the light so that we'll live. The Creator let her see them fish swimming by even though she was in her house. You know why? Why? So she could tell the people. And now they know the message is real and that story is real.
I'm a Yakima enrolled tribal member. 10 of the 14 bands of the Yakima Nation existed for thousands of years along the Columbia River. My connection to this land, knowing that if I look west, if I look north, if I look south, if I looked east, that our families are buried all along this river. Our ancestors are buried here, and that there was great civilizations here of people who were able to do great things. I was the youngest in my mother and father's family, and I watched my older sisters and brothers and their roles in the fisheries. We drank the river water. We bathed in the river water. We lived on the banks of the river year-round. You could go out on this river and set one net, and you harvested enough fish that you didn't need to set a second net. And I swam in this river when there was hundreds of thousands of salmon. And it's a different feeling when you have so much life that's using this river as a ways to get to their final destination.
A century and a half ago, Thomas Jefferson envisioned an empire of freedom and opportunity in the far Northwest. The Columbia has been a river of hope, a shining symbol of plenty, to build a colonial empire.
Indians find good salmon fishing in the rapids. They have a special treaty with the government which lets them fish here at Solano Falls the whole year round.
First of all, the Treaty of 1855 with the 14 bands of the Yakima Nation was a forced treaty. The governor of the territory at the time told the leadership that if they didn't sign the treaty, they'd walk knee-deep in blood. And that was the blood of their own people. They had very little choice. There was different legal advisors through time who were trying to determine whether the Indians were real human beings, whether we actually had souls. The people here were so linked to the salmon resource and to the Columbia River and its tributaries, and we need to be able to gather in our usual and accustomed areas. We have to be able to survive. In the treaty, we got the right to hunt, fish, grazing, travel, and for that, we gave up over 10 million acres of land.
I remember what this one was called. Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson, yep. Thank you, baby.
My name is Ayana. I am 9, almost 10. I like swimming, and I like being out on the water with my dad.
Put a loop on it, and you don't let it fall in. Keep that in your pocket.
My dad said when I was a baby, he would put me in the water, and then when he would take me out, I would cry. He called me a river baby.
All right, see you guys in a little bit.
We're mostly here because my dad has to fish a lot. He gives it to like the longhouse so they could use it for their funerals or ceremonies, powwows sometimes. And we also make money too. Then we also get to eat it.
Just put some lemon flavor on there.
My dad is pretty funny, but he makes rude jokes.
When are you gonna cook? And I just sit back.
Pretty strong. He should be a mechanic because his boats are always breaking down. Oh, and he smells. When he gets off the boat, he smells like fish. And I tell him, you smell, and he says, I smell like money.
So I'm gonna go back.
Uncle Randy's, he's not my uncle, but he's my dad's uncle. I just call him Uncle Randy because I don't know what to call him. He's kind of like the boss. And he likes telling stories a lot. He told me a story about when animals talked. I don't know if it was real or not. I'd prefer my dad to be out on the water instead of like one of those normal jobs. I also want to be a fisherwoman because I see my dad doing it, seems fun.
My name's Samuel George. I'm from the Yakima Nation. I do commercial fishing. I fish for salmon, and I fish for my Uncle Randy Sutler. These are family sites, and we've been here forever. Anna George is my daughter, my little fish cleaner, fish packer. I think she's not scared of this. I think she pays attention and is always learning. Got her own boat. I'm gonna teach her how to operate that. I'm gonna teach her how to put hoops in so she can get some to eat, some to put away, some to give away. that'll make her happy. But I hope there's fish though when she gets older. Like, I don't know how much longer we'll be able to fish. The water's getting warmer and warmer, and that's why I'm not too confident in the runs that are coming. I have another boat I need to build, but I don't see much use of it if the runs keep getting smaller and smaller.
Good day today. We caught one fish. Did you eat anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm surprised we got a fish.
You surprised?
Yeah, we
What do you
haven't.
mean you surprised?
Because this spring we haven't got any.
Lift the lid up, please. Move that latch. There you go. Okay, grab that fish and those potatoes.
Are we gonna eat it?
Oh, it's for the longhouse, baby.
Oh.
You might have to go to the store.
Okay.
Well, there's my mom and her buddies, and they were all fishing women from down here along the river. Here's my father right there. During this time, there was a lot of civil rights movement, and the tribal people saw that the only way that they might be recognized for treaty rights is if they became active, much like the African Americans. And my father and my mother, they were a part of that struggle. When I lived here, I lived in this constructed facility that was metal, corrugated tin, siding and roofing. Our bed was right here, our stove was right there, and this was our existence. This is where we lived, all the way through grade school. And when they excavated, we would go play in the excavations, and we'd find spearheads, different trade beads. We knew this was a tribal area that went back for hundreds of years.
Now, river, you can ramble where the sun sets in the sea, but while you're rambling, river, you can do some work for me. Roll, Columbia, won't you roll, roll, roll? Roll, Columbia, won't you roll, roll, roll?
A challenge to reclamation engineers to match the wonders of the Ice Age. To build an industrial empire from the wasted power of the Columbia.
With this system, there's not a free-flowing river any longer. We've lost all the spawning beds that took thousands of years to develop. What you see today is remaining populations which are supported by hatcheries. There's very few wild fish returning to the Columbia River. I probably noticed significant changes when I was about 20 years old. I myself would go out and fish subsistently for spring Chinook and fish for 3 or 4 weeks and not catch one fish. The ESA constraints were so great on our fishery, and all the while that we stopped fishing on spring for 20 years, on summers for 40 years, and in the fall, ocean fisheries continued to harvest our fish before they got to the Columbia River. Throughout history, there's always been a competition for the natural resources. Logging, road building, mining, industrial farms. If this river gets hotter, salmon can't exist. And we've reached 70 degrees and over on numerous occasions.
Auntie Donna is my dad's auntie. She like says, Ayana, come here. And then she tells me stories. She teaches me like how to like do the dried fish in the dry shed, like how to hang it up.
Every morning it's the first thing I do. I don't do no other jobs till I check the fish and make sure that everything is in good order. And when you hang it like this, and then it swings, they say the fish has to dance with the wind so that the oil will shake off. And Randy, he told me this, he said, Indians been eating fish so long, they found it in our DNA. I walked all the way over there to get it for you. Were you getting hungry? Oh, that's good. Everything, is evolving. But with progress is also hazards. The dams, they need to produce electricity, or so they think. I like electric things, but we're all paying the price. So we could have cars, play our games, turn the lights off and on. Okay, this one is about the Swallow Sisters and the coyote. Long time ago, God told the people that he doesn't ever want them to dam up the river. But the coyote was the trickster. Well, he decided that he would dam up the river, and he didn't care about the people that lived way up the river. He didn't care if they didn't have any fish. So he makes this dam, and the fish come and they can't go past. So he's filling up his boat, and he gets more and more, and nobody else gets any. And the Swallow Sisters, they lived up on a hill, and they were looking down watching him, and they said, he's not supposed to do that. Nobody is supposed to do that. And they stole his little boat. And then they start taking all them sticks where he made the dam. They start flying them away and dropping them. Pretty soon the water start coming through. And the fish got away, and then the people that lived farther up the river, they were able to get the fish. That's how things were taught in the Indian legends, so you'll know how to behave, even when you're grown up.
to welcome you, friends and relatives, right here to YM, Salado. Many people have been going through a lot of hardship, through losses. So I know many are here that want to bring in these healing songs of the round dance.
It's really fun knowing all the things they do at the Longhouse. Really, really nice music. Kept getting stuck in my head.
You gotta do the fish dance so we can catch one.
What fish dance?
Just make one up.
My auntie told me that like nature is kind of a part of us, and like the river is also a part of us too. So like if you catch fish, it's kind of like a part of us too.
It's told to us that the spirit of the salmon, the Wakanishmi was Kishwit. It's been passed on through generations, and all the bounty that it brings, not only to people but to this land. In our belief system, it talks about our ceremonies, about the prayers for the salmon to survive whatever its journey is and to return back. And when it does, it's a celebration of our belief that our prayers are still being answered. When you take these fish, you take them with good thoughts, good heart, good mind, because as you take these fish back to these places of worship, all the thoughts that you thought are placed upon those first returning salmon.
I'm seeing if they're doing it right.
You're blessed with this time in your life where you're able to take these fish. And if you live your existence in such a way that after your life's journey is complete, those spirits of the fish travel with you.
You just had to like put your feet side to side, like one foot, then you slide your foot to the other foot. I was too scared to go alone.
We as Aboriginal people need to exist. And it's not changed from the time of the treaty until this day.
No.
Today I'm here because I was placed upon here. Auna Sinwet, Eloquent. My name is Frog. That's the name that was given to me. And I live here because my people put me here. And that's pretty much what I have to say right now.
nama pachawai pama ko kata ko pawiatak nalakai Chayai mawai kanash nawaonak kshash Ana tako pinasa pawas kale kama no etaikan Ana tako man he Au yala kai kisham swai kana shmi wao nakshash ayayat nain chanati champa hey ay hey ay hey om
And now we will have cheese balls. That's the end of the story. You want cheese balls?
That would have a lot more levity.
Yes, I really like the, I wrote here that I thought the opening sequence was really stunning. But then, right when I thought that was beautiful, then 5, 7, 8 minutes later, I see another. So I mean, the photography, that was really great. What I really liked also was that they told the story through one family. Because I thought it, and through generations, which I think really resonated. It can really resonate with anyone. You really become invested in that family as opposed to sometimes you have these desperate other groups or people that they're trying to get so many people in that you sort of lose that emotional half. I also thought it was something that they did, which was really interesting. The ancestor footage behind. The visual, one time the boat that was there, and then they had there. I really thought that, and the tree behind the boat at one point, I thought that was really good. I thought it, nicely done, and it captured, it brought to light something I didn't know about. Really, it captured some light to the boat. I also liked is that there was at the end where it gave you a level of hope because of what the current administration said they're going to do in 2022. So I thought it was well done. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I thought it was really well done. I like the use of the archival footage, the old footage, the music and how it's worked, the different point of view to help you really establish everyone's relationship and who they were. So when we get to the longhouse and she wants to go through the dance but wants dad to go with her, and you see that moment, that's not a storytelling moment, and he's just like hugging her and she's like, no, not yet, I'm not ready to go. So it's just really sweet and it kind of gives that character that, I feel like some other pieces might have been missing. So you want to show that stuff, you want to show that connection, because it's all about connections, right? And the cinematography, the filmmaking was just, on point.
Yeah, I agreed with all those notes as well. And one thing I really liked was the the animations on her drawings, like those things, and even something as subtle as the lower thirds, they had that movement of the water matching it, which is so cool. That just shows how far your creativity can extend, where it's like you don't just have to, not settle, but you don't have to go with the norm all the time. You can find your little touches, which was beautiful. Story was wonderful, everything, I love, in looking at those end credits too, that's what shows you what the benefit and the challenge sometimes in having lots of resources and a team like that to execute. It turns out with stuff like that, and it also makes you appreciate those one-man bands even more that can execute just as well on par with this, but with a fraction of the resources. And that's not an easy story to get. A lot, oftentimes we found in the field trying to get that trust of tribal communities especially is very, very, very challenging. So kudos to the director, writer, producer who, I think her name showed up at the end to build that trust within that family and tell that story.
Karen Campbell, you're right, trust is huge.
It
or lack thereof sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too. Very good. Loved it.
And Brian brought up one thing which I think is really crucial and key in this as well. We forget sometimes that we're still trying to tell a story, right, through all of this. And so this whole idea of character, I know something that we do a lot. We're always trying to find that compelling character, that one that is going to draw the viewer in to want to know more. And you just have to figure out who that person is. And really the narrative sometimes can be shaped around them through the process of filming and of course editing. But you got to have a compelling character, otherwise sometimes no matter how great the stuff is that you have, it's going to lose something in translation.
I'd be curious if she sought out if she sought out this family or if she sought out one person. And then she was like, oh, the aunt is very nice, and then you have to build that trust. Oh, the daughter is wonderful, because you got to build the trust with the dad to sign off on the daughter, be a parent, like all of it.
I didn't mean to make you stop your notes. I had to
No,
remind
no.
myself, like, the photog in me kicked in. I was like, oh, you gotta see this
Yeah.
shot. I was like, what am I doing? So I was like, oh, I was like, wait, no. I was like, nothing. Ignore me.
Well, it was great with the drone footage. It didn't feel like drone footage. It just
Right.
felt like footage. It just felt like a piece of it. Like all tied together well.
Yeah. On that note.
These first round judges made it so hard.
Yeah. We have 4 left. So, all right, this one's this is where I get confused. Okay, we have 2 with the exact same number, but they're 2 different stories. So we're going for 0406 4LF, and it should be, if you can see the title, After Days of Uncertainty.
Because there's 3 like that. Which one is it?
Are there 3 like that?
There's
The
first
one was the
Ukraine
one with.
Oh.
So there's one that says 91I, 91T, and 91S. Which one did we already do?
Oh, I don't see.
We already did 91I, but we still have 91T, 91S.
Okay.
So, okay, yeah.
Let's click on one and see. This one is.
It should be After Days of Uncertainty.
This is a New York Times one. Is that the?
Yeah, but I think.
I think it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Description underneath.
Oh, can I just?
I'm only seeing the title of the thumbnail image, but they're both different, so maybe.
Yeah.
Or
you know what the link is? Click on.
Oh,
crap. Because I think I might have gotten it wrong.
I'm trying to like.
This one?
Can we click on the other one and see if maybe that one
trying to
shows the
send my
title?
numbers
And then
and,
that
like,
might
put
help
my
the other
thoughts
4
on
left.
Right.
Yeah.
So when and it's all gone.
Because they're both on the same topic.
I'm like waiting. I want to see them all. Then
This
I'll
one
look
is
at my
Kia
notes, and I'm
Residence
like,
Tax
okay,
Super
this is
Jumbo.
you know.
And also on that one.
It's getting to be harder.
I know.
Guys,
There's be a lot of deliberation. I feel like.
Yeah.
It is a question of resources though too.
Yeah, there was a lot of resources in that one.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
Mm.
resources.
Yeah.
Me, when I
Does it
saw
say
the
how long
colors,
they are? I
and then
can
was
click
like,
on each
oh,
one and just
yeah.
see what the length is.
Well, I wrote down the
So that's
links
for
and then
public.
realized
Yeah.
after I was writing
You
it
know,
down,
and
they
we do
both
a
have
lot
the
of
same
work
numbers, so
with
I could be
them with
wrong.
our
Which
DC
was-
branch.
Do you really?
And we send a lot of journalists and students.
You know what,
with
let
our
me,
Scripps Power
let me
Foundation,
click.
It's
uh,
gonna
every
be a
year.
surprise.
Yeah, let me just
And
click on one of
yeah,
these.
they're a great partner.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like talking about that time too. Like you know, you need to put that out there once to take the time to get it perfect, and then put in the resources.
So this is key.
Okay, so it's actually going to be 4LF-10-91.
Both of them are. Is it T or S?
Does it have the thumbnail image description? Because we have
Wait,
for
is this
both
the
of
one
them.
that we saw earlier?
So they're both
Wait,
different.
Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong one. This is the one we saw earlier.
I said I'd do carrots, but obviously.
Or, okay, one second. Okay, it's not T, it's S.
Okay. So, here, okay.
Which I did get the links wrong. Oh, wait, sorry, it was. This one is, after days of uncertainty, a Ukrainian soldier is laid to rest, I believe.
You're switched back to T. Okay.
And for some reason, there are 3 in here with the exact same number. They don't give me those extra numbers on this sheet, so.
Yeah. On like the basic thing, it doesn't really show them. So if any one of these like makes it into the top 3 or the honorable mentions, I'll put like the letters after it too. If that ends up being a thing.
Okay. And then the length of this one is how long?
3 minutes it looks like.
Okay.
3 minutes.
В цьому бомбосховищі ми перебуваємо з першого дня, коли ми відчули те, що є дуже велика вірогідність того, що Росія розпочне окупацію всієї України. Вирішили піти з дітьми, нагодувати їх чимось хоча б теплим, тому що ми тут постійно знаходимося. Коли я підійшла до вікна, я побачила, що сусідній будинок, в нього влучила ракета.
Бомбанули, його немає. Що з ним? Так, оце же. Подивися, ти вдома бомбанули. Євархію нижню, це ж. Тут всі в підвал, люди.
Просто стояв дим і здригнулися вікна, здригнулися шибки.
Вибух був шалений.
Вибух був шалений, затрусило будинком. Першим чином, що вдягнули дітей, самі вже в ліфті одягалися.
Діти самі вдягалися,
Діти самі,
самі вибігали.
Діти самі вдягалися, мама, Росія на нас нападає. Знаєте, мені здається, що сьогодні Україна небезпечна в будь-якій точці. Чи це Львів, чи це Крим, чи це Київ. Сьогодні атакують повністю нашу країну з усіх сторін.
У вас сльози на очах чи?
Ну, знаєте, боляче дивитися, коли на твоїх очах руйнуються будинки. Це дуже боляче. І ти ставиш
Руйнують будинки, руйнують життя наше.
Руйнують життя, і ти ставиш себе на місце тих людей, яких, на щастя, сьогодні було там небагато, але вони не мають куди повернутися, здебільшого. А де Назар з Полею? Гей, дітвора, як діла?
Хорошо.
А що ви тут робите?
Сидим.
Граєте? Йдіть сюди ближче. А що ви робите тут?
Играем.
А в що ви граєте?
Догонялки.
Да?
Нет.
Олечка.
Поля, що тебе сьогодні? Як в тебе день? Хороший чи поганий?
Поганий.
А що сталося?
Дом вибухнув, яма де людьми.
Ти це бачила?
Да.
Завалився? Що ти бачила? Розкажи.
Що ти чула?
Бам.
Що ти чула?
Вам? А хто був з тобою?
Ти тікала?
Мама, папа, я і я.
І що ви робили?
А ти злякалася тут?
Да.
Умнічка. А де Назарчик зайде?
Я.
I guess it was more of a day in the life, for lack of, you know, lack of better. So I felt like I got the gist of the story, you know, of what they were trying to accomplish. For me, from a visual standpoint, it wasn't as compelling as some of the others that I've seen. I know they took us outside of the shelter for a moment to show the building and all of that, but it was a little disjointed for me. So.
I agree. I feel it was a pack, and I think when you can tell a story. We've said that if you can tell the story in 3 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, as long as it keeps you engaged, and it felt like you wanted more to the story to explore, but it was still well done. Yeah, it just. You picked up in the middle, I think, is my issue. We picked up right in the middle of the story, and then we kind of didn't get a finality to it.
Yeah, it just felt like very much like a slice of this day. You know, it was just, it wasn't like a really beginning, middle, and end, and it just kind of stopped, you know?
And you didn't get that establishing, I don't feel like either. Like, we knew where they were, but you didn't get any of those, a sense of the environment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
All right, we have 3 left. 2 of those are about at the 20-minute mark, and then one is like around 16 and change. Do you want to take a quick restroom break before powering through like an hour left of content, or do you want to just?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
apologies if I start chewing loudly on these sun chips. Maybe crank up the volume like a tad bit so it will overcompensate my chewing in a second.
Wait, you just turn the volume off.
No, it won't let me change
It
it.
said no thanks.
What's it called, sir?
I always want to say this wrong. Qatar's World Cup building boom. Too hot to work. Did I say it wrong or did I say it right? Qatar? Qatar.
Oh, Qatar.
Qatar.
They say Qatar in the actual country. Yeah.
Yeah.
You did say it right. We said it right.
It's like one of those things like Nevada.
Nevada.
But no one else says it that way.
Yeah. All right.
The winner to organize the 22 FIFA World Cup is Qatar.
But hosting an event of this size requires a lot of preparation. New stadiums, state-of-the-art training facilities, and a lot more.
Human rights groups have highlighted the deaths of migrant workers during the construction.
Temperatures can exceed 50 degrees Celsius with almost staggering humidity.
The 2022 World Cup kicks off in November, 5 months later than usual, to spare players and fans the worst of the Gulf's scorching summer heat. Qatar has spent 10 years and $200 billion preparing for these games. A building boom in one of the world's hottest places. And it relied on a global supply chain of migrant workers from the Philippines, Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. Desperate enough to work in any conditions.
आरामसे भन्नु पर्ला अब अस्ति बिहिबारदेखि स्टे गरेको अब आज अलिक दुखी आइरहेछ होइन आएर बिहान आएर न सुत्नु दिन्छ न बस्नु दिन्छ भ्याइन्छ हो कम्पनीको बारेमा सेलरी दिन पहिला जस्तै छ ओभरटाइम पहिला जस्तै छ दिनमा चाहिँ के गर्दै हुन्छ सन्छ के छ अब कहाँ हराउनु भयो तपाईँको नम्बर मिलेर सेन्ड गरिदिनु लिनु चलाउनु सक्दैन पढाइदिँदा हामी कुराकानी गरौँला है
मेरो नाम सुरेन्द्र तामाङ हो मेरो विदेशको फर्स्ट टाइम चाहिँ म 20 वर्षको हुँदाखेरि मलेसिया गएको थिएँ मलेसिया गएर 2 वर्ष बसेँ त्यो कतार जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ 2015 मा गएको अनि 21 सम्म बस्यो होला 6 वर्षसम्म बसेर यो बिरामीको कारणले गर्दाखेरि फर्केको इमर्जेन्सीमा मैले अघि एउटा साथीलाई कन्ट्याक्ट गरेको थिएँ उठाएन फोन अलिक काममा होला त्यही भएर अहिले त्यति बेला उनीहरूको धुमाधुम काम चलिरहेको त्यही दिउँसो अलि हतपत पाउँदैन टाइम पनि पाउँदैन अनि फ्री पनि हुँदैन त्यही भएर म गएको टाइममा लगभग मान्छेहरू धेरै ढले त्यही गर्मीको कारणले गर्दाखेरि काम गर्दा गर्दै ठाउँमै ढल्ने सिधै त्यस्तो पनि भएको देखेको थिएँ कोही अब सिधै मरेको पनि छ देखेको छ त्यस्तै भएको त्यस्तो गर्ने हुने
This one was underground?
Yeah.
And then it goes 5 levels up?
Yeah.
Okay. What does it feel like to see these photos?
I am like happy now.
You're happy?
Yeah, this one is now it's new.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're working on this side?
It's inside the room.
Like all workers headed for the Gulf, Surendra Tamang passed a health screening before he left Nepal. He was hired as a construction worker on a luxury complex in downtown Doha. It was one of many such projects that sprang up in the rush to prepare for the 2022 Games. He earned the equivalent of $400 a month and sent nearly all of it home.
This one, I don't know what its name is.
Well, but I can see why you're proud. It's an amazing structure.
सात बजे साइडमा पुगेपछि हामीले 7 बजेबाट 11 बजेसम्म चाहिँ रेगुलर काम गर्नुपर्छ नन स्टप त्यसपछि अनि खाना खाने टाइममा 2 घन्टा रेस्ट हुन्छ त्यति भएपछि फेरि 5 बजे बेलुका 5 बजेसम्म नन स्टप हो अनि अब गर्मीको टाइममा त धेरै गर्मी हुन्छ नाकबाट खुन जाने हुन्छ इत्यादि मान्छेहरू कोही ढले हुन्छ जिउहरू पुरै पसिनाले पुरै 1 घन्टा बाहिर बस्यो भने पुरै भिज्ने क्या यो शरीरहरू कपडाहरू नक जस्तै हुने स्विमिङ गरेर निक्ले जस्तो हुने त्यस्तो हुन्थ्यो पानीले जिउहरू भिज्दाखेरि गर्मी त त्यस्तै हो लास्ट अब कति 50-55 जस्तो पुग्थ्यो दिउँसो 12 बजेतिर चाहिँ त्यति बेला चाहिँ काम गर्नु पर्दैन थियो रेस्ट गर्नु पर्थ्यो गाह्रो छ हरेक मुलुकमा परिवारको लागि त पैसा त चाहिए नै हाल्छ एउटा किसानीको घरमा स्थिति हुँदैन अनि त्यही नभएको कारणले पनि अब देश जाने पनि बाध्यता भयो
In Qatar, Surendra suffered headaches and dizzy spells, clear signs of heat stress. On his job site, posters emphasized the need to stay hydrated, but he had to pay for his own water. And some days, when he was working high up on scaffolding, he'd avoid drinking so he wouldn't have to make trips up and down to the bathroom. When he got too sick to work, his employer sent him home. By the time he arrived in Kathmandu, both his kidneys had stopped functioning, the result of heat exposure and chronic dehydration, according to his doctor. Now 31, he will likely be on dialysis for the rest of his life.
They check their health system thoroughly here and thoroughly there also before they enter to the services. And still we find lots of patients returning with kidney failure to our country. Presently, around 600 patients are on dialysis at kidney center in different branches of Nepal. 10% of the patients who are on dialysis at our center, Gulf return cases. The climate is getting hotter and this phenomenon of kidney failure becoming more intense. Is Nepal ready to take care of returning dialysis patients? Or Gulf will remain same attitude, no responsibility? Or they will change? Something has to be done.
Public health experts warn that chronic kidney disease could become a major health epidemic for outdoor workers as the planet continues to warm. And migrant workers are especially vulnerable. Heat is killing workers, but officials in Qatar rarely acknowledge its role. Death certificates record an unusually high rate of what is simply called cardiac arrest among those young, seemingly healthy men who have left home in search of work. So, we saw a statistic from 2012 to 2020. There was 571 Nepali workers who died in Qatar due to cardiovascular disease. What does that tell you?
Writing cardiac arrest only will not define any underlying disease or what may be the cause of the death of that particular person. Immediate cause may be any, like it may be cardiac arrest. There should be some antecedent and the contributor. That was not mentioned in the majority of the death certificate. Our body can acclimatize up to 40 degrees centigrade. If the temperature is more than 40 degrees centigrade, the person will have some sort of heat-related complication.
Flights from Kathmandu to Doha have increased substantially over the last decade. Most months have about 150 flights on this route. In the years since Surendra left Qatar, conditions have actually improved for many laborers. We asked a construction company that he worked for about on-site heat labor protections, but they did not reply.
So for sure the World Cup has accelerated the labor reforms in Qatar. The ILO works in many countries all around the world, and rarely do we see labor reforms adopted with this pace.
The International Labour Organization, along with heat scientists, were invited to Qatar to study the impact of heat and humidity on worker health. The result was legislation that increased the window of summer days in which work hours are restricted. It also expanded the midday summer work ban by 2 hours. Another innovation is the use of a relatively new measurement that combines standard temperature and humidity to determine what is called a wet bulb globe temperature index. This measurement is essential to protecting outdoor workers because humidity impacts the body's ability to sweat and thus cool down.
So when on the wet bulb globe temperature index, these conditions reach 32.1, then all work must stop. And the third key measure from this legislation is that all outdoor workers must undertake an annual health screening.
Qatar has 8 stadiums ready for the soccer matches, spread out across Doha. We toured Lusail, the largest of them, which will host the final game of the 2022 World Cup. Although much criticism has been aimed at Qatar because of World Cup construction, the workers building the football stadiums have actually had some of the safest construction jobs in the last decade here, and the new regulations have improved them even more.
Today, this is a completed stadium with air conditioning, and it's fine. When you're building it, it's not. It feels almost as hot inside as it does outside. Every year, there are lessons learned. Every year, the science behind it progresses, and the authorities responsible for defining those timings begin to understand the effect of heat on the workforce and on anybody being outdoors in that time, and they adjust accordingly.
Human rights organizations say that thousands of migrant workers have died since Qatar was awarded the rights to host the World Cup. However, very few are tied to the stadiums. In part, this is because the construction has been managed by the government, which has enforced stringent worker protection regulations, including for the private subcontractors working here.
Contractors try to play dumb every summer and throw their arms up every summer and say, oh, it's summer working hours again? And we have to explain that yes, it is, and you're a professional, licensed, certified contractor in the state of Qatar, and those are the Ministry of Labor rules.
This summer, Qatar's Ministry of Labor reported nearly 400 violations of the new heat protection policy for outdoor workers. Reports from local clinics show that emissions for heat stress have actually dropped by more than half from last summer, indicating that the new rules may be working. Qatar is the most advanced in terms of legislation when it comes to heat regulation.
Yes, it's much easier for people like me and the health and safety managers and officers I work with to slow things down or even stop them completely when we see things getting out of hand. It's much easier to do that now and dial things in before people are pushed beyond a certain limit. It's a very tough battle against private contractors. They're against the clock, they've been paid money to finish, they have liabilities and professional indemnity, and they need to finish the work, and sometimes they do it regardless, at any cost, until we step in, of course, and it's never done at any cost.
We needed government permits to visit all construction sites, including this privately run work site near Lusail. Officials from the Ministry of Labor were there, and workers spoke to us only in the presence of their supervisors. So how have you been told to manage the heat as workers here in Doha?
बाहर में काम करने का टाइम गर्मी का टाइम में 3 महीना रहता है, जो 10 से सुबह 10 से लेकर 3:30 बजे तक बाहर काम करने के अलाउड नहीं है। उसका बाद अंदर से काम कर सकता है।
What would you tell if you had a cousin coming from Nepal to work in Doha? What would you tell him to prepare for the heat?
मेरा भाई आएगा तो उसको गर्मी में बोलेगा, देखिए थोड़ा संभाल के काम करना पड़ेगा, गर्मी से बाहर नहीं काम करने का, अंदर काम करने का, फैन पे काम करने का, इसमें बैठ के थोड़ा आराम करने का, ज़्यादा पानी पीने का।
Is it easy to follow these rules? Your advice, is it easy?
Yes.
Yeah. The games will go on, but they leave behind questions about just how much the world's migrant labor force should be asked to sacrifice as wealthy nations pursue perpetual growth in a warming world.
You know, the World Cup is not the finishing line. Everybody recognizes that this is a longer-term endeavor, and it will take time to build these new institutions, and it will take time to change mindsets.
The government of Nepal is conflicted when it comes to demanding better conditions from the wealthy nations that help deliver nearly a third of Nepal's GDP each year. Ramu Sapkota is a Nepali journalist who has been investigating labor conditions for Nepal's overseas migrant workers.
So I'm mainly writing about the migrations and the displacement, you know. So as a journalist, it is my responsibilities to make people aware and to make government responsible by raising this issue.
यो समूहमा भएको मध्ये कतिजनाले विदेशमा काम गर्नु भएको छ? हात उठाउनु। ल बाइ बाइ। मैले कतारमा काम गरेको। उठाउनु हात उठाउनु।
We spoke with a group of men who are aware of the difficult working conditions in the Gulf, but most still plan to go.
I working for Qatar.
Qatar?
Yes.
Qatar.
Saudi and Qatar. Dubai.
Dubai. Malaysia.
Qatar.
Qatar?
Saudi.
Saudi?
Qatar.
For few months I'm going to Qatar. For few months I will go to Qatar.
Qatar. You're going to Qatar.
अब कहिले अब कतारबाट कहिले फर्किने कि उतै बस्ने अब?
फर्किने after 7 years.
तर कतारमा त धेरै गर्मी छ, तातो छ, मान्छेहरू धेरै मरेको छन् भन्छन्।
मेरो एउटा दाइ पनि हैन कतारमा बस्नुहुन्थ्यो, त्यसको पनि अचानक अब कम्पनीबाट त यहाँ लास आउन त 15 दिन 20 दिन लगाइने छैन।
कुरा थाहा पाउँदा तपाईलाई कस्तो लाग्छ?
हुन्छ दाइ, ब्याड फिल त हुन्छ हैन, तर अब के गर्नु, अब सबको किस्मत हो हैन, सबको आफ्नो नसिब, त्यहाँ गएर हेरौँ।
Back in Kathmandu, Surendra, who once dreamed of watching the World Cup from a stadium in Qatar, is instead just trying to stay healthy.
भविष्य कस्तो देख्ने अब अहिले त्यस्तो छैन। पहिला चाहिँ अलिक सपनाहरू देखिन्थ्यो, राम्रोसँग बस्ने, राम्रोसँग गर्ने। अहिले त्यस्तो छैन। अब साथ दिने मान्छे पनि छैन नि त। अनि अब किड्नी दिने मान्छे भइदिएको भए चाहिँ सायद अब केही मनमा हुन्थ्यो होला, अब त्यस्तो नभएपछि छैन। अनि किड्नीको चाहिँ समस्या कहाँ यहीँ आएर थाहा पाउनु भएको कि वहीँ थाहा पाउनु भएको?
वहीँ थाहा भएको।
वहीँ थाहा भएको?
वहीँ थाहा भयो। त्यहाँदेखि नेपाल आएर यहीँ नेपालमा अनि त्यही डायलिसिस गऱ्यो। त्यहाँदेखि फर्केर गएन। डायलिसिस गर्दा गर्दा यही हो, यस्तै हो।
कति वर्ष भयो डायलिसिस गर्नु?
डायलिसिस गरेर 3 वर्ष कट्यो, 4 वर्ष लाग्नु लाग्यो। 4 वर्ष लाग्यो
भएर अहिले त ठिक छ नि।
अहिलेसम्म मरेर गएको छैन, बचिरहेछ। यही डायलिसिस गर्दैछ, खाना खानु है, पानी पिउने, त्यही मात्रै भयो हाम्रो।
डायलिसिसले बाँचेको छ।
Carrie, you look ready.
I look ready? I have some, yes. Again, just another example of, like I just counted, there were 7 reporters alone that worked on that. Just another example of just resources and what a beautiful story you can tell. I loved, I actually haven't seen that, the building graphics, when the temperature started rising. I thought, again, just the use of graphics was fantastic. The shots, from the nighttime shots, there was a beautiful shot for Nepal that was stunning. The airplane, the use of the airplane monitor when he was going, you saw his reflection in the monitor versus having that camera shot on him. Just smooth editing, wonderful storytelling. And again, it had maybe not the ending we wanted by any means, because it kind of set up just now the fun, and that gave hope that then the person you've been following as part of some of the central story, that's where his life is. And I love too, I'm curious if the reporter had wanted to interview that older gentleman at the end, and that they made a choice and they encouraged him to interview, or if they just let it organically happen. Because to me, it seemed like it wasn't. It seemed like it was something just too perfect to be pre-planned, but I could also see them waiting to go into dialysis and just chatting it up. So I thought that was a great way to kind of tie it back to his journey and possible hope to just live and have a full life. It was really well done. I've heard of the issues in Qatar surrounding the World Cup, but not like that.
Yeah, I felt like the photography of it was on point. Transitions from one place to the other were really well done. It gave me time to be like, oh, we're here now, we're there now, we're now, and gave me that time to let it wash over you, so then you can kind of know, or at least expect what was going to come. I think, not expect, but I really liked the naturalness of it. Even though to me it felt like there were 0 lights used, it was just camera, audio. It felt like the camera operator found the light, found the space, and that's a big thing about being, a shooter is finding the space that looks good, not just letting every place. And, I think it was just really well crafted, and the pacing was nice. I didn't take many notes because I was wrapped up in it.
Yeah, I thought the pacing was great. I thought the tone was really good. I thought from a visual standpoint, I mean, I almost think that's almost a city that just lends itself to a lot of visual. The only thing that I had and it's just a personal thing for me, is that it took me I guess maybe 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes in, before I saw who the central character was. And I just wish, I wish there would have been some way to have brought him in sooner, because once we got to his story and began to really, then it really even picked up more and more steam, and I felt myself even more invested. But that, again, is just a personal thing for me. I thought it was just beautifully shot, and again, one of those where the editing was non-editing. So
yeah, I really liked. So there was a scene where the workers are being interviewed, and their foreman supervisor right there. And one of the things I kind of noticed was like one of the workers answers and looks right at his boss.
Yeah.
And I was like, clearly he knew he had to say that. Like,
yes.
That was,
yes.
And I felt like, kind of wish they had set up the cameras in just in a way. I don't know the circumstances of the shoot where you could kind of see that exchange just a little bit better.
Yeah. And I'm sure she knew it as well. Yeah. If we could tell, she knew that she wasn't going to get.
I like that she set it up in the VO though, so that you knew.
Yeah.
Well, then it sets up any look. Then that sets up any look from them to the, like, did they answer that right? And that's a subtext, right? I would have liked to see just a little bit stronger.
And I think it's always good. The documentaries are really great when they can really shine a light. And to your point, I mean, I didn't really know anything about this, but when they also showed the map of the 4 countries, which are the most migrant workers that come from those 4 countries over there to work.
Yeah.
And then I thought, just toward the end, which was really just an interesting when she was asking the young man who said that, an elder brother in the village had passed away, and and asked him, do you have concerns about that? And he just said, it's just fate, and that would be my fate. And it's just one of those things that it sort of like shines a light on in a lot of ways injustices where you have to go, you can't make what you need to make in your own country, so you have to go elsewhere. So I just thought that was a great point as well.
I really like how at that moment you're talking about how they kind of sit on him just a beat after he answers that. So then we could have put that he has no choice.
Yes.
And that gives us time to get there. And that makes it even more heartbreaking.
Yeah.
0668 SWH. We're going from Qatar to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, Paradise Lost. Is what this is called.
International tour. I love it.
Very bottom.
Ooh, we have a description.
Yes. April 2022, Sri Lanka is grappling with its worst economic crisis since independence more than 70 years ago. The country now owes over $2 billion to international debtors, and inflation has soared to the highest rate in Asia. People from every strata of society are seeing their livelihoods destroyed, and tens of thousands have taken to the streets in protesting against the policies of President Rajapaksa and demanding his resignation.
An island paradise where tensions are rising. Millions living through an economic nightmare.
1 kilo used to be about 100 rupees and now it's 200 rupees a kilo.
So that's doubled.
Double, yeah.
If you want to get an idea of the desperation that's being felt across Sri Lanka, you just have to come to a petrol forecourt.
We are in a national crisis right now.
Hospitals running out of medicines.
So if this continues, I'm afraid to say there may be a situation where we won't be able to save the patient.
The ruling family blamed for this mess, refusing to go. The result, a mass movement Sri Lanka's never seen.
You can see the unity of the people. You can see the unity of the Sri Lankans.
Chanting for change. Sri Lankans are on the streets, demanding their president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, known as Gota, step down. Fed up with fuel shortages, rising prices, and daily power cuts.
I have never joined a protest before because I've led a privileged life. So this is the first time even people like I have been affected with over 10 hours of power cuts.
None of us have ever seen this moment where Sri Lankans have stood up, regardless of their caste, their creed, their religion. They have just stood up and said, no, go home. This is our country, our democracy.
Thousands of people have gathered at this protest in the Sri Lankan capital, Colombo, and across the nation. People have been demonstrating in their numbers. Day by day, the strength of anger towards the government has just grown. And just look at the crowds who've gathered here today. And the one thing that's quite striking is just how in a country that was once divided by civil war, people are coming together like never before. Rich and poor, young and old, people of different faiths. Almost everyone I've spoken to here says they've been hit by this current economic crisis. And almost everyone I've spoken to here blames the president, Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The face of a once popular leader, loathed by protesters, who blame him for corruption and mismanagement. As Defence Secretary, he was accused of brutally crushing Tamil rebels to end a decades-long civil conflict. But now, this economic crisis has helped heal those wounds of war. Signs of a nation ready for change. And behind every one is a story of struggle.
You're a young family. How is this crisis affecting you? It's massive. It's affecting us a lot. I mean, we just can't give what our kids are asking for. Like it's very, very disturbing. We haven't. I don't know when we last got some fruits for the kids. It's so expensive.
Really?
Yeah, it's very expensive. We can't afford at all.
Would you say you're a fairly well-off family normally?
Yes. So I used to work for corporate, and my wife is a banker. And so I got laid off at the beginning of Corona crisis. And then I was courageous enough to start my own startup. So it was a tech startup. But for almost 2 years, I've been paying my staff, and I'm running out of capital. And it's purely not because of my failure; it's because of failure of the government. So I think it's time to realize that we can do anything we want so long we have right leadership.
Down the road from the protest, we see close up how this crisis is changing the island. Long lines as people wait to fill up on fuel. Soldiers guarding the pumps. It's a scene repeated across the island, including in the southern tourist town of Dangal.
If you want to get an idea of the desperation that's being felt across Sri Lanka, you just have to come to a petrol forecourt. People have been queuing for hours at this one, just to get their hands on basics like cooking gas.
In the queue, we meet Sirisena, a rickshaw driver who's struggling to get work. Fuel's more precious than gold, than life itself. At least 6 people have died waiting in the heat. A short drive from the gas station, a parallel paradise.
The beaches aren't as busy as they once were, and here in Dangal, it's practically deserted. This island nation relies heavily on tourism, and the COVID pandemic hit this place hard.
Fewer tourists means fewer dollars spent here, and it's dollars, foreign exchange, which Sri Lanka uses to pay for essential imports. The country's currency reserves have fallen by 70% in the last 2 years. High levels of debt, loans from China, and a wave of tax cuts in 2019 are the reasons the economy came crashing down.
This movement, all these people protesting, did you ever expect that to happen here?
Not at all. Because we've been taught that Sri Lankans are quite complacent when it comes to everything. So no, to see this spontaneous campaign and movement, it's quite surprising. And
to get a better understanding of this crisis, I met Kalani Kumarasinghe from Sri Lanka's popular Daily Mirror newspaper.
Constructive. We are in a national crisis right now.
Why doesn't it have the dollars?
Sri Lanka used to have dollars when our tea exports were doing well. Our migrant workers were bringing in the dollars, but as soon as the pandemic happened, our migrant workers had to return. They weren't earning, which was a huge blow to the government and to the economy, because migrant workers are a lifeline in this country.
And it all means that prices are skyrocketing. Back in Colombo, Mohan and Nishantini, who we met at the protests, invite us to go shopping with them, to give us a sense of just how expensive things have become.
So you prefer to come to this kind of market rather than a supermarket?
Yeah, because like supermarkets, you take the case, there's a lot of impulse buying, they're so tempted towards the things, but here at least we can have some level of control.
How much was this a year ago?
Cabbage used to be about 100 rupees a kilo, and now it has gone up to 200 rupees.
Okay, so that's doubled. You've got carrots in here, staple for every meal.
Yes.
How much have these gone up by?
Carrot is also double the price.
Okay.
Still I buy because the kids need them.
Okay.
Yeah. This is radish.
Radish?
Radish.
Yeah.
I used to cook them alone and the leaves alone. Now I buy little ones and cook everything together to make the quantity.
Okay, so it's really affecting what you eat. And are there some things here?
Capsicum, this chili pepper.
Chili pepper
is a luxury.
That's a luxury now?
I cook them every week those days. It's one of my favorites.
Oh.
I eat them every week. But I've cut down on buying them. I don't buy them most of the time. It's like 4 to 5 times up by price.
One of the most striking things about coming shopping here with Mohan and Nishanti is just hearing from them how much things have gone up in price here in Sri Lanka in such a short space of time. And here is where all the imported apples are sold. And in a way, this has become the luxury counter at the market. You've got these small red apples here, which a year ago would cost 100 rupees for 3. Now that's tripled in price because one alone costs 100 Sri Lankan rupees. And it just gives you an idea of the challenges that so many families are now facing in Sri Lanka. They're having to make hard decisions about what they can afford and how much of each item they can afford as well.
Rice has also soared in price. At this store, they're unloading bags of what's become another precious commodity, thanks to a failed experiment in organic farming. In 2021, President Rajapaksa banned the import of chemical fertilisers, hailing the plan at the UN.
Because of its impact on soil fertility, biodiversity, waterways and health, my government completely banned the use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides and weedicides.
But crop yields fell. A nation once self-sufficient in rice production left with no choice but to import more.
Was that a noble idea, trying to switch to organic farming?
In principle, I don't think there was anyone who disagreed with the idea. We all want a healthy nation. Obviously, this is something that should be done slowly, strategically, so as to ensure that farmers don't lose their livelihoods. But that's not what happened. The farmers had no fertilizer, they lost their harvests. When you don't have their staple food, rice, vegetables, which we live on, that's a problem.
Back with Siddhi Sena, who we met in the fuel queue, it's a similar story of survival.
කන කෑම කන්න ගත්තත් යාමට උටස් කියලා ලයිට් යනවා. හරිම තරහක් දුකක් වේදනාවක් ඇති වෙනවා. කුප්පි ලාම්බුවක් තමයි ඉතින් ඉස්සර තිබුණා වගේ කුප්පි ලාම්බුවක් තමයි පත්තු කරගන්න වෙලා තියෙන්නේ.
Well, this has become a daily occurrence for millions of Sri Lankans. A short while ago, the power went and it won't come back for several hours. And families across the country are having to contend with these regular power cuts, including Kusamavati, who's had to cook by kerosene light, and they're going to have dinner by kerosene light as well.
දවසට උදේට කෑම වේලක් දවල්ට මොනවා දෙවේලක් කන්නේත් බොහොම අමාරුවෙන් තමයි.
As they struggle to eat, they blame the president they voted for.
ජනාධිපතිවරු අගමැතිවරු ඇමතිවරු මන්ත්‍රීවරුන්ගේ මේ මිනිසුන්ගේ කන් ඇහෙන්නේ. ජනාධිපතිවරණයක් තියලා ජනාධිපති කෙනෙක් පත් වුණොත් හරියයි කියලා එහෙමත් හිතෙනවා. ගෝඨාභය මහත්මයා තියාගෙන නම් මේක හරියන්නේ නැහැ. මේ පුදුම විදියට ඇත්තටම හිතට විශාල තරහක් එනවා මේ.
When frustrations reached boiling point outside the president's house and across the island. One man was killed while others were injured as police opened fire. Authorities have arrested dozens. Protesters accuse the president of cracking down on dissent. He's clinging on to power alongside brother Mahinda, who's prime minister. Part of a political dynasty which has ruled this island with an iron grip, the president now admits he's made mistakes and is promising to rectify them. But it's hard for Sri Lanka to recover. Baby Afia is being treated at the largest children's hospital. Staff here and across the country are running out of life-saving drugs and equipment. Sri Lanka imports most of its medical supplies. If the dollars don't come in soon, treatments will have to stop.
Now, these are difficult times,
these surgeries, we need very specific things. We don't know what would happen if the dollars don't bring these things to the country. We might end up in a very difficult situation. This is a very stressful period.
Health officials at this hospital agreed to speak to us, but I've spoken to many doctors across Sri Lanka who say that the government says they're not allowed to speak out in an individual capacity. But they tell me that they are worried that their hospitals are running low or running out of essential medicines, and that if something isn't done soon, Sri Lanka will face a medical catastrophe. This is a crisis of scarcity, with no clear end in sight. Medical unions are appealing to the world for help.
We need supply to come in whatever the form, whether it is from any other country, the government procurement, or if it is an individual donation. So if this situation continues, there will be a day in the near future, maybe a couple of weeks or 1 month. I'm afraid to say there may be a situation where we won't be able to save the patient life or limb.
These are dark times for Sri Lankans. Families like Mohan and Nishantani's fear for their future.
How we used to be and how we are now, it's very challenging, and really worried about the kids especially, their education, the cost of living, everything is going high and getting worse day by day. So trying to, survive each day.
Day at a time.
One day at a time.
Even a few months ago, it would have been hard to imagine scenes like these in Sri Lanka, but here in the capital, Colombo, and in towns and cities across this nation, people are protesting, even right now in the pouring rain. It just gives you a sign of the resolve and the determination that so many people from so many backgrounds have.
And until he goes, protesters say they'll stay.
First, just have to give her props. I wrote this several times, and she did that. And never faltering, even in the rain.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and no umbrella, just taking it on. I mean, to me, that I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I really do, because it just takes you into that they're more passionate about the story than their own physical presence and health. I love that. I also love the opening shot, juxtaposed then immediately with the protest. I thought that was really compelling, and the way that they did that. And then right after that, I had written down here the journalist she was in the middle of it all, and I just love a lot of the camera angles that went around, just circling her and able to follow her wherever, or just her in one place and then going around, and then at the same time never losing the enormity of the protest that was going on. So I thought that was very, that was really compelling as well. And what else did I write? I talked about that. And there's this one little thing I don't know, I just thought it was a neat little moment. Remember that the flag, they had the flag, and the ocean was in back, and then it just left from there to the gentleman turning the light, the match,
yes.
And then I just thought that was a very nice little touch as well. So I thought it was really some really great moments, and really, in this case to me, really great storytelling as well, because she also hit. I felt there were so many angles. She gave us so many angles, which was really great as well. In talking to the family, one who was a banker and the one who's now in tech and that, but then talking to just those at the petrol and just trying to just get a little gas for three bottles like this, and so and then of course the woman at the newspaper. I just thought that getting so many different angles always great. So
yeah, I really hooked on that flag to the match shot because it shows that the photographer was like, I'm gonna let this be dark until that match is coming. So they anticipated it, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just like, oh, you know, like trying to catch up. That like that professionalism there, like, okay, I know it's coming. I'm just patient. Let's get it. I've shot a protest in the rain, and that is hard work. That lens was clean, and that is solid. Like, because the energy level is like here is so high, and your anxiety around everyone can be so high, and you still stick to it and stick to the shots and stick to what you need to do. Is it's hard. It's really hard to do that. And they think they do that masterfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the landscape, like you were right. I'm right there with you. The beauty of the landscape, with the brutality of everyone's going through, and that's just, that's to me, like, that's filmmaking I just love. Yeah.
I liked too there was, especially during the protest scenes, a lot of camera movement, and I know it wasn't intentional in those moments, but it made you feel. It didn't feel like shaky or sloppy work. It just made it feel like it was capturing the chaos of the situation around it, and it was because that's easy to look at that shot and go, oh no, let me find a steady shot. And I like that they kept some of those in there. Even the soldiers, and like you can feel that desperation when they were at the petrol station. That overhead shot, just, you're right, smart angles, really smart camera work, really smart storytelling. The shot of her standing in front and reporting as they're lighting the match behind her and she's explaining the situation. It felt like fourth wall-y, but it was really interesting because that's so easy to VO.
Yeah.
But she made an intentional choice to say, let me stay and explain it as though they were mini packages. It was really well done. Yeah. Oh boy.
Thanks, Ray. Just keep them coming.
Oh yeah, you know.
So protests are so exciting to shoot, and but you can't get too caught up in the excitement, because then what you're experiencing may not translate to what visually, and that's like, I think for younger journalists, it's hard to get those two things shot together.
So this is our last one. I believe it is the 4LF, the T, or whichever one we haven't viewed. And then your hard work of selecting will be any description on this one?
No.
All right, the title is called Caught on Camera, Traced by Phone. The Russian military unit that killed dozens in Bucha.
Четыре, 5, 6. Реально дорога смерти.
Some of the most chilling images to emerge from Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine came from Bucha, a town that his forces occupied for a month in March. These videos, being seen now for the first time, are among a trove of evidence the New York Times has obtained that reveals how one military unit committed potential war crimes on one street in Bucha, Yablonska Street. Residents like Victor Shatilo bore witness.
Мысли были от того, чтобы были какие-то хоть доказательства. Не со слов было, чтобы понятно, что происходит, а то, что было документально видно.
A few doors away, Irina Abramova was hiding with her husband and father when soldiers barged into their home.
За 3 минуты нас отсюда, киш, все горит тут, Олег застреленный лежит.
They executed her husband.
Лежить ровненько, я бачу, що тут пусто.
"40-year-old Oleg is one of dozens of people the Times has identified who were killed along Yablonska Street. Death certificates show that most of them were shot dead. For families to see the perpetrators in court, it is not enough to simply say the Russians did this. evidence must link a specific military unit and its commanders to these crimes. Over 8 months of reporting in Bucha and New York, our investigation set out to determine who was responsible. We analysed thousands of hours of video from street cameras, residents' phones, and drones flown by the Ukrainian military to retrace the Russians' movements hour by hour as one military unit took over Yablonska Street. Wherever they moved, we found conclusive evidence directly linking that unit and its commanders to the killings of civilians. At 4 locations, we caught soldiers in the act of killing. By identifying vehicle markings, the code names of commanders heard over the radio, and calls placed by Russian soldiers using the phones of victims, we identified the main unit responsible, the 234th Guards Air Assault Regiment, a paratrooper unit based in Pskov in western Russia. This investigation shows in damning detail that these killings were not random acts of violence, but part of a methodical, planned and lethal operation that may amount to crimes against humanity. 3 days into the invasion of Ukraine, on February 27th, a convoy of Russian soldiers advances towards Kyiv. By now, they're entering the nearby suburb of Bucha. Their route is a straight shot to the capital, through this intersection at Yablonska Street. But Ukrainian fighters ambush them, badly. They suffer heavy losses and retreat.
Слава Україні! Героям слава!
By March 3rd, just as a sense of normalcy returns to Bucha, so do the Russians. These are paratroopers, some of Russia's best trained and best equipped troops, and their job is to secure strategic areas. This time, they still intend to push for Kyiv, but they move more carefully along a different route and head to this industrial site at 144 Yablonska Street, where they'll set up a base. As the Russians enter, a Ukrainian checkpoint here is being manned by volunteer guards and fighters. Days earlier, some of them had enlisted with the territorial defence to protect Bucha. Now, as the Russians come, they hide inside this home, a decision that would cost them their lives. The Russians take no chances. As soon as they hit Yablonska Street, they fire at anything that moves, including civilians. This exact strike killed the local Bucha man, Volodymyr Ruchkovsky. His girlfriend, Olena, tried to pull him from the car. She had no choice but to escape. The Russians now sweep along the street. They cleared the entrance to the industrial building and take over the entire complex.
Моя группа лево принять! Не будешь стрелять, если ты шевелиться не будешь.
Directly across the road from the Russian base, 6 security cameras are simultaneously filming. The soldiers tried to break them, but some keep rolling. They record soldiers talking to each other and capture evidence that identifies high-ranking commanders. We repeatedly hear the codenames Flak On, Astra, and Uran. We obtained these military files the Russians left behind in Bucha when they were ambushed days earlier. They show that these names are the call signs for top commanders in the 234th Regiment. Astra and Flakon are commanders of battalion tactical groups. And Uran is the head of the 234th Regiment. Repeatedly, Astra reports up to Uran, and Uran issues orders back to him. This radio chatter is our first evidence linking the 234th Regiment and the highest leaders of that unit to the crimes on Yablonska Street. Another conversation between soldiers foreshadows what will happen in the days ahead. The next day, on March 4th, Russian reinforcements arrive at the base. Soldiers secure the area, searching houses and looking for men of fighting age who may pose a threat. When this group of residents is led away, the men are separated from the women. Residents are then taken to the Russian base, where some are held and questioned. Soldiers also find the checkpoint guards we saw earlier, who hid inside a house overnight. These guards are no longer active combatants, and to harm them would be a war crime. Seven of these 9 men are about to be executed at the Russian base. Tetiana and Sergei Shmut lived next door and saw what happened.
Руки тримали за голову, їх всіх у ряд поставили на колінах, лиця до землі, і російські військові всіх їх тримали на прицілі. Вони були.
Раз, два, три, точно. 4, 5, 6.
CCTV then shows paratroopers leading the captured men away. Another neighbour, Volodymyr, witnessed this.
Вони хлопців оцих із самооборони повели до себе десь у штаб ось. А через минут 5 ми почули постріли ось.
Tetiana later sees the aftermath from her backyard.
Я повертаю голову, і вони там всі, хлопці вже були мертві, вже застріляні.
Drone video filmed just hours later confirms the witness accounts and shows the executed men in a courtyard by the side of the Russian base. This picture of the scene is graphic. They would lie here for weeks until the Russians withdrew. On March 3rd, we heard commanders on the radio. Now on March 4th, we see one outside the base. There's some sort of a commotion, and then a soldier calls out, "Comrade Colonel." Seconds later, a figure emerges and appears to give orders. We spoke with military experts and a detained Russian paratrooper who served in Bucha. They told us that this title, Comrade Colonel, is used only to address high-level commanders, including a regiment commander. His presence is significant. It means that a high-ranking officer is at the base the same day troops were executing civilians and prisoners of war. Later on March 4th, as Russian forces spread out from the base and continue along Yablonska Street, we confirmed that at least 3 more people are killed. Oleksandr Kovalevsky was getting food for his wife and son when he was shot dead just a few yards from their home. Mikhailo Krabovlyak was fleeing Bucha with his family when Russian soldiers fired on their car. He was killed, and his 9-year-old stepdaughter Sasha lost her arm in the attack. A third victim we have yet to identify is lying by the entrance to a grocery store, blood pooling around their head. Throughout Russia's occupation of Bucha in March,